Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to crumble!
I'm Joshua Kemble, and welcome to Joshua Kemble's Livestream. I've been a freelance illustrator and graphic designer for over 20 years. I was an art director for 9 years. And when I'm not art directing and working on illustrations and graphic designs, I'm working on comic books and graphic novels, and that's usually what I do during my streams. And while conversations can go all over the place on this stream, from spicy and entertaining to goofy and silly, one thing stays consistent throughout every stream. I'll always be working on art. So pull up a chair, get your art supplies out, and get ready for an entertaining show that'll keep you company while you work on your own personal art projects. This is Joshua Kemble's Art Stream. All right, welcome to episode 304 of my live stream. We're still working on page 79. I think that's a little bit. Let me turn up the music a little bit. Page 79 of Not Death But Love, the Strange Supernatural Story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. We're making a lot of progress. We've got most of the tones done on the page. And that's basically what we're going to be working on tonight, is kind of doing some comicking, working on that, seeing how it goes. Chill stream today. And maybe if we have time, we might get into flat coloring, depending. This is the page that will not die, but I'm pretty proud of it. It's coming out pretty good. We're joined by Philip Chandler in the chats. How's it going, Philip? How you doing, bud? We had a really interesting discussion about bread. And Philip showed me some delicious looking homemade bread. I think that might be a goal of mine tomorrow, is to kind of get into making some bread. So what we're going to do is we're basically going to go through this and shade it. So right now I'm assuming the light source is kind of coming from this direction. Just kind of taking a look at where I established the light. And I think we'll just kind of proceed forward accordingly. So we'll see what we can do here. But I am really enjoying, how this page is coming out. Like, I'm feeling good about it. So that first panel is very dynamic, and I think that sets the tone, kind of allows for the rest of this. So I don't think these next three panels are going to take that long. I'm suspecting that after we get those panels done, that actually, honestly, these should go fairly quick. So that's kind of the hope. But then again, for those of you who are familiar and have followed my stream for a while, you might know that pages, quite often, I will think, oh, I got this. This won't take much time at all. And flash forward to like 3 a.m. and I'm still working on it. So you never know. But I'm pretty happy with how this is coming out so far. I like it. Again, thinking about the light kind of coming from his kind of left side, but sort of trailing over. He has a dark coat on, so that's something I'm keeping in mind. And we're just going to kind of work on comics and see where things go. How was your day, Philip? How was everybody's day? I'm kind of curious. For me, it was a pretty good day. The problem is, I've been fighting just being totally exhausted today. It's kind of a weird thing. And I feel like I haven't been going that hard on work, but I do think tomorrow checking out a movie will be good, because maybe I've been going a little too hard. This page needs to get done, though. There's a lot of pages that need to get done for this book, but this one in particular, I need to be on to the next page pretty soon. Because right now it's probably about like maybe 3 or 4 days into this page, and that's one of the tough things, where I'm like, I don't have 3 or 4 days to spend on every page. That first panel makes a lot of sense why it took so long, so I'm gonna give myself a pass on this page, but I definitely need to like pick up the pace a bit, and yet also maintain the integrity of the comic. Like I said before, like if you're gonna do comics, I tend to think you should be making the best things you can, because there's really no purpose to comics other than art. Um, I mean, I think you can make, okay money doing it probably, but in general, there are so many better paying fields. So I feel like if you're going to dedicate your time to a book, you got to really love books and want to make a really good book. That's been kind of my guiding principle for the first 2 graphic novels that I've done, which I show trailers for as I do these streams, and I would encourage you guys to check out those books. But it is a night stream, which is kind of interesting. I've been doing a lot of day streams lately. Why is this not erasing? That's kind of interesting. What level is that on? Okay, that would explain it. Somehow this was on like a different level, maybe? Interesting. This is very strange. So if I turn this visibility off, it's like, okay, so maybe I just need to... My computer just freaking out here? Interesting. So I can erase here, but the bizarre thing is if I try to erase here, it doesn't let me. How strange is that? There it is. Okay, somehow the opacity went down on this layer. That's very strange. But only on the layer. Ah, what a weird world. Okay. Now let's see if we can get this corrected again, but properly. I think this might work a little bit better. Interesting. Okay, so we had some issues with the eraser here. Oh my gosh. My computer is not happy. I'm like hitting the brush tool and it keeps going back to the eraser tool. It's one of those mornings. Philip says, make money and live miserably, or live a little poorer but feel more fulfilled. I'll take the latter. I think I take the opposite, where I choose to do comics, so I'm both miserable and broke. Yeah, that's right. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'll take the art life any day. It's kind of been my path most of my life, and to me, I'd rather do that. So we'll see how things go. That meeting that I was looking forward to, that I was talking about on episode 303, that turned out to actually be a meeting that's tomorrow. So I have that big meeting tomorrow, and we'll see what comes out of it. It's going to be interesting to see. Like, I'm excited that this is page 79. It's a breaking point. It's closer to page 80. Anytime you finish like a group of 10, it feels good. But I'm having one of those days, at least at this point, where I was pretty optimistic all day. But for some reason, I'm feeling very behind. and very slow. Do you guys ever have those days? I just feel like, why does this take me so long? That's been my general feeling today, is like it's just taking so long. And it didn't really kick in a negative way till like midday, where it's like I'm all optimistic, I'm hopeful, I'm excited, feeling good about things, feeling good about the future, kind of trusting God and where he's leading and stuff like that. And then like I don't know what it is, but then that feeling kicks in of like, oh, why am I taking so long? Do you guys ever get that? It's an interesting thing to me. It's like an interesting phenomenon. The oscillating feelings. I think my son needs something. My wife's picking up her sister from work, so I will be right back. I'm gonna let's put on the trailer for Jacob's apartment. Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can we these things we've seen and walk around breathing things. I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. Okay, I closed that a little early because it's not quite time to play trailers, but yeah, the kid needed some water. Philip said it might be a bit early, but have you thought about a little teaser trailer for the current book you're working on? It's way too early for that. I think that at this point it's about like kind of finishing it up, and then the publisher will probably have a release strategy that they want to do, and we'll probably work that out with them, and that would be probably about the time where we make like a trailer. Because the timeline of the book is really interesting. It's going to take like from about the time I finish it to the time of publication, it'll probably be almost a year, which is kind of insane. But I am really pleased that, unlike a lot of publishers, like they were okay with me sharing progress as I go, like on social media, which I think is a very smart idea, because I think you can otherwise kind of have some issues, basically like some other publishers might be more under wraps about it. And so I'm glad they weren't, because I think it generates some interest for the book. I think by the time I'm done with this, anybody who's following these streams will be like interested in kind of seeing the end product, I hope. And I think half the trick to, I don't know, I'm rambling, but it's like, I think one thing to remember, even when I get disheartened or anything like that, when I'm working on these things, I really have to believe that like art matters in some way. So everybody's home. So we're almost done with this panel. We're kind of working through it. And we're basically showing like a very small portion of the routine that Bosco does that he's known for. I want to highlight that button a little bit. Let's see where this layer is. Okay. There's this layer. I kind of want to... What is going on with this layer? That is so weird. Okay. There it is. So this layer, I kind of want to just take back a little bit. And then kind of redo it a little bit. And I think we need to take that section that's kind of overlapping here. And there's where I want to kind of add just a little bit more definition so we're not like losing the arm here. And just a little bit of definition on those buttons. And let's make sure we're in a good spot. That's good. I kind of want the highlight to be a little brighter on the arm, so the arm kind of pulls forward a little more. It's a good question though, Philip. Yeah, I feel like the practice of making these things is very much like a delayed gratification where you're just kind of plugging away, and then eventually at some point there will be a finished book. I remember a friend of mine had just recently published their first book, and they went through kind of like a depression because you spend all this time on these things, right? And then like when you're done, you kind of expect like everyone you know to kind of like rally around it and be like, this is so cool. And people are generally supportive, but at the end of the day, usually when you release something, people behave the same way we do when somebody releases something, where you're like kind of pumped, but kind of like, I got stuff in my own life, like, I don't know if that makes sense. So it's like weird because you've lived with this thing for so long. It can be hard for especially new authors to kind of deal with the lack of like the mic drop kind of moment, when these things get done or published. And I remember kind of talking him through it and being like, well, I mean, one of the things that's like the reason you make books is not for everyone and their mom to like think it's a genius thing. I mean, that would be cool. But at the end of the day, you're just trying to make a good book and get it published. And I think if you can do that, then hey, good job. That's my own kind of thought on it. So it's been an interesting day. We have a fish that was sick for a while. That's my favorite of the goldfish. And he's like a really chubby dude. And he's back. He's back at full speed and full power. Made me very happy. Back kind of bubbling around being a goofy, chubby fish, which makes me really happy. I'm losing the form here too. I went too dark. So we're just going to kind of redo this section a little bit too. So we're not like totally losing the form, right? I also think this might be a little bit too bright. So we'll kind of tone this back a bit. And I think that should kind of complete that part. I don't like that this is kind of creating a tangent, so I do need to push that back just a little bit. I also think the thumb would have just a little bit of shadow there. But I want this pushed back just slightly. Just slightly. Okay. Now we can do the cups. Ooh. My computer. Not a happy computer. Okay. When your shortcuts start causing the pinwheel. Okay. So we're going to do cups. Light source is kind of coming from the left a little bit.
Gosh, that's the dog.
Yeah, I think Ben was calling you, hon. Uh-huh. They're about to take the dogs out, so that's the dog's really pumped. He's gonna get his night walk. We have to walk like super late at night because it gets like to be like 100 and something degrees here during the day. It's been nuts. The heat has been unbelievable. And I kind of feel like we need a discount in California anytime the weather gets ridiculous. We should get a discount on cost of living. A California discount. We're not living in California for ridiculous heat waves. I mean, heat's okay. But, you know, just saying. Okay. Continue. So this is going to be a shadow that's going to be kind of cast by the cup. Kind of going a little longer. Shadow cast by the cup, going a little longer. Shadow cast by the cup, going a little longer. Get a little darker here. Darker here. And then we're going to do, let's see, as long as I'm doing this on the proper layer, then this is just going to slightly recede into the background. I do like the idea of this kind of casting a bit of a shadow too, like his hand. Okay, so then we're going to have it recede just a little bit. Again, we're not doing like full out rendering here. We're just doing like pretty relatively stylized rendering, you know, cheating the system a little bit. But I do want it to look pretty cool. So there we go. This is a dimly lit theater, so it's going to have a little more, you know, detail on it. In the sense of it's a lot more shadow. And there we go. Pretty excited. We've got that panel done. Pretty thrilling times, ladies and gentlemen. Heat humidity has been off the charts here in southern Ontario, says Philip. We broke records a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, and I live in a desert, so it's pretty hot. It gets pretty darn hot. Let's see here. All right. I think it might be fun to do a spicy stream at some point. But I don't know what happened. I don't know if I have the spice in me tonight to do a spicy stream. I felt like just doing an art chill stream. Let's get some stuff done, you know? We're going to go ahead and merge this down, merge this down, and now we have finished a panel. Woohoo! Well, I mean the shading of a panel. So we have 5 more to go. And I'm actually pretty happy with how this is coming out. This page is pretty cool. Okay, so I'm going to take a panel break. So this time I will play a full trailer. This time we'll play Wordzoid. If you haven't yet, hit that like button, and I'll be right back.
Well, Peter, since I'm such a big music fan, I'm going to have to go with Karen Carpenter. Oh, Stu, I'm sorry. That's the incorrect answer. Trish, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go with Kim Gordon.
All right, let's check that answer. Kim Gordon. Do we have a Kim Gordon? Yes, and that means you're our new Wordzoid champion, Trish. Dale, tell Trish what she's won.
Trish, you've won a copy of 2 stories, a memoir of faith and mental illness. Handwritten, hand-drawn, and handed to you by artist and writer Joshua Kemble. But wait, that's not all. You've also won a copy of Jacob's Apartment, the story of a doomed romance. What happens when you take Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and put it in a blender with Ghost World? You get Jacob's Apartment, written and illustrated by Joshua Kemble. Trish, thank you for playing Wordzoid.
All right, great job, Trish.
I was told I was gonna get a lifetime supply of paper towels.
Right. That was Jim Luhan's Wordzoid. If you guys haven't yet, you should check out Jim Luhan's channel. It's kind of amazing. He does indie animation and was kind enough to do that promotional video. If you guys ever want to do a commercial that plays on replay here, just, do a video that talks about 1 or 2 of my books and then also mentions your channel, and I will gladly add it to the rotation. Keep it under like a minute. And yeah, you can send it to me Facebook Messenger or Instagram Messenger or something, and I'll gladly add it to my rotation. I should be live streaming a lot more often now that I'm working from home. And so my plan is to hopefully be doing this quite a bit more often. So that's a hand. It's being like lit, from the left side, kind of left front a little bit. We're going to do this hand too. I want to get the hands first because I feel like those are kind of the highest focus here. Maybe a little bit of shadow from the sleeve there. And we're just kind of roughly doing almost like a light pencil rendering. Very, very quick version of like pencil rendering. So some art school type stuff, guys. I feel like I'm going to be pretty happy with this book. The style is so bizarre for a comic. It's not very comic-like in kind of the best of ways. It's more like an illustrated book. And I kind of dig that. I think it's going to make it really unique. And it's definitely been stretching outside of my style where I'm used to using kind of ink. Not quite as used to using this sort of weird rendery style. And so it's been kind of a good way to kind of stretch my artistic muscles a little bit and see where things can go. We have a meeting for a pitch tomorrow that I might potentially be working on too. And it's going to be interesting kind of figuring out and finding that style, Will I continue this kind of more rendery business? Will I do something that's more my kind of standard like ink line? It'll be kind of fun to see. But I am suspecting because I did some short streams earlier in the day. But like I said, I was a little exhausted today, so I ended up, taking like 2 really small power naps. And so I have a feeling I might be doing a later night stream tonight, just to kind of get caught up. So I'm guessing I'll be streaming for quite a while. So hopefully you guys have projects that you're working on. I can keep you company whilst we do that. So yeah, so we're doing these cups and we're just kind of working through here. We had a really funny conversation about baking bread with Philip earlier. That was a lot of fun. And I feel like as it gets later into the night, we might get a little spicier. Who knows? Philip, if you're up working, man, and you want to hop on, let me know. I can send you a link. But also, it is a weekday, so you might need to sleep. I don't know. Philip said, I'm listening while working on a project. Nice. What project are you working on? I hope it's a good one. All right. I don't like the cups here. I feel like I lost the rendering on the cups. I went a little too dark. We almost lost the tone here. Just on the top, mainly. I feel like it needs to be a much more subtle shade here. Philip said, sleep is for the weak. Nice. Well, Philip, if you want, man, I can send you a link to hop on. We could do a hangout session whilst working. It's one of the fun things about the internet. But if you're working on a project that, you can't talk while working on, I get that too. We have, this is going to be a different kind of shade here. We're just going to get a little darker. And here we're going to get a little darker as well. Similarly, like right here, I want to have this kind of get dark. And then we'll have the cuff here kind of lit on the side. But my wife is walking the dogs and my son needs something. So let me finish this arm and then I will go check on him. Nice. Philip said, send me a link. I got to hook up the equipment. Cool. I will send you a link in a second. I have to go check on my kid again just to see what he's needing here. Does that work for rendering? You know what? I'll be right back. Hang on. What's up, man? When they get back, I'll let them know to talk to you, okay? So Ben has made like a comic here. Let me send Philip that link. Bennett made a really cool comic, mostly using like screenshots from a YouTube video that he likes. He made it into a comic. That was kind of cool. What do we have here? Okay, let me find Philip. I think Frank tagged me in a post too. Let's find out. Okay, Philip. Gonna send him. Here you go. All right, Philip, I sent you the link on Facebook Messenger. Oh, and let me see what Frank tagged me on. Nice. He shouted out 301. Cool. Vic said, greetings, Josh of UA. Josh of UA. You know, I had a friend in high school who used to call me UA. Because at the time I was going to high school, there were like a lot of Joshes. Like, it was a pretty like common name as a kid. Like, quite often when I was in classes. Oh, Ben wanted to talk to you, Well, he wants to talk to May about his comic. Okay, cool. So anyhow, like, Josh was such a common name that, like, I would be in classes and they would designate us a number. So I would be like Josh 1 or Josh 2. I remember my friend Josh and I used to argue about it. Like, my really good friend, he's still a really close friend of mine. He actually is in No Saboteurs with me. We make music and stuff. But and he lives real close by. But yeah, we used to argue over who would get Josh 1 and who would get Josh 2. Because even in college, they would be like, we're going to assign you a name.
Why didn't they just call you by your last names? That's something.
My wife pointed out, why didn't they just call you by your last names? I feel like the problem, though, is like, have you ever been called by your last name? I mean, it's one thing if you're called like Mr. whatever, and it's like your name, or Mrs. or whatever. It's like, but just to have somebody call you by your last name, it's not always the funnest thing, you know? Unless it's Kemble. And then in that case, I don't mind being called by my last name. Because Kemble is forever. Kemble for life, okay? We're very serious about Kemble here. So yeah, I'm guessing this might actually be a relatively late night. I'm trying to avoid late night streams, but this page has taken way too long. Have you guys ever worked on an art project where it starts off and you're like, oh, this is great, and then it's just taken way too long? I mean, again, like, half the trick, I've talked about this on previous streams, whereas like half the trick is you kind of need to take too long. Like, I think a lot of people rush their pages and then they're like, why does this look sloppy and rushed? And it's like, well, because like a lot of pros spend like 16 hours a page, you know? Some pros are super fast and don't have to do that, but I've definitely seen guys that spend like 16 to 20 hours on a page. And people are all frustrated. They're like, why do my pages look so rushed and don't look like that? And it's like, well, I mean, you know, did you spend 16 hours on it? This page is a beast, and I am not a fan, and I want to get it done. I mean, I'm not like not a fan. Like, I actually like how it's coming out, but I can feel the looming deadline. I can feel the looming deadline. I know it's coming. I know it's right there waiting for me. I want to have this kind of almost casting a bit more shadow here. I don't want to blow out all my details, but I do feel like this could cast a little bit more of a shadow. And we can kind of get into some of those details in a second. Like right here would be super dark. Right here would start getting super dark, like as it goes back. Whoa. Computer lag here. Vic said, doing all a full penciled page every day with 10 hours and some breaks in between since I was 15. Nice. See, I feel like that is probably the right work ethic there. But it's weird to me that people expect the results that would take 10 hours in like an hour, you know? I think we might be joined by Philip soon. It's pretty exciting. Philip, if you're good to go, just give me a thumbs up. All right, awesome. Okay, here is Philip Chandler. Let me get this set up, and boom. How's it going, Philip?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Good.
Hanging
Am I
in
coming
there.
through all right?
What's up?
Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, I had to turn up my own volume there, but not my mic volume, just my audio volume. But yeah,
okay.
you're coming through
Hopefully
great.
It's coming through all right. I've got my little snowball blue here right underneath my mouth, so
Nice.
hopefully that's coming through all right. Make sure I can still work here properly.
Yeah, I feel like the blue snowball is a good mic.
They're not terribly expensive, and they're decent for what they are. I mean, there's probably better mics, but you pay a lot more money for them. But
yeah,
this was like $60, so I couldn't complain.
Yeah, I was using a blue snowball for a long time. It's actually what I used to like podcast with too, because those were just, I think it was one of the first USB mics, you know.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then now I use pretty much like just the Yeti, which is like just a little notch up, but it's not like a crazy expensive one either.
Okay, I was looking at Yetis. I was thinking of maybe bumping up, getting a better mic, but I don't think I will for a while.
I think that like the snowball does the job. Like that's the thing,
Yeah.
and the sound quality again is like surprising on those things, man. It's really impressive, you know.
I'm not in a rush or anything for one. So if this does the trick for a while and I sound all right, I'm not.
Yeah.
It's like, of course, the Canuck has the snowball mic.
Nice. Well, what does that mean? I'm Californian with a Yeti. What does that mean? Like, I guess I used to live in Oregon, so I guess it's somewhat appropriate because it's a very well. No, but the Yeti's not really like a Northwest thing, is it? Where does the Yeti originate from? You know, like Snow Yeti.
Yeah, that's one for the Googles. That one I'm not sure where it started. I thought that was just like a northern Bigfoot.
Yeah,
that's all I know.
I wonder if that's like a more Canadian thing. I don't think so though. I would think that's probably something like from like Norway or something. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
It seems to almost be worldwide. They even have a version of it in Japan, and they're northern part of Japan. So,
you know, it's crazy when you see the kind of animals that Japan has just chilling in their oceans. Because it, like I read a thing about this because like I was all obsessed with for a while like colossal squids.
Oh yeah,
I just thought they were super cool and it was really interesting. And they like most of the colossal squids have like washed up on the coast of Japan, and I'm like, I was looking into like why did like these giant sea creatures keep like showing up like on the coast of Japan, and it turns out I think there's something unique to the continent where it's like the the edge of the landmass just goes to some of the deepest parts of the ocean, like right at the edge, as opposed to like
Jeez.
most where there's like a slow recession into the
Right.
ocean depths. It's just like it's like from like landmass to just like massive depths of ocean,
There's just
like
drops right
immediately.
off. Scary.
And so, yeah, so they keep having like these just giant, fish and stuff. And I'm like, no wonder they have like this giant monster thing, I mean, can you imagine? Like, there's a lot of like fishing villages and stuff too back in the day. Can you imagine like those fishing villages? Like, there's some fisherman out on his boat and it just gets rocked by a colossal squid. I'm just saying.
Interesting to know some of in any of their folklore if they actually have stories of that. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, Thomas said it's an island arc, so the ocean is really deep. Yeah, so I guess it just gets super, super deep. And it's some of the deeper parts of the ocean, next to land. So it's kind of unique.
I'll bring this up a bit closer.
Did you ever get fascinated with any specific giant monsters?
Me?
Yeah.
Have you seen my Godzilla collection?
Well, there's that. Yeah. So when did you fall in love with Godzilla?
I think when there's let me tell you the tale.
Tell me the tale. Tell me the tale.
Probably when I was like 5 years old. Maybe it was 6 or 7. Just come across it on TV, and I was like completely hooked on these things. I was already into like dinosaurs as a kid. I was big on dinosaurs, and
as all kids should be.
Yeah, and then I came across I remember actually the first one I came across was like Godzilla versus Mothra, and he was this giant dragon fighting a giant insect, and I was and the whole fantasy aspect of it that just I don't know, it didn't even register whether or not like I didn't care that it was like a guy in a suit or anything like that. I just kind of watched and saw it happen, and I was just completely hooked. And then there were more of them on TV. I guess there must have been like a marathon or something at the time. This is like 1975, 76. So yeah, I was just completely hooked on it, and
that's rad.
It just kind of went from there. And then growing up, we lived. My dad was in the service, so we moved around a fair bit. When he retired, we lived in London, Ontario, which is right smack dab center of southern Ontario. That little point that comes down. I think I've told you. And we picked up a lot of stuff from Cleveland. And there was a show Saturday afternoon. It was called Superhost. And he always showed a lot of like either comedies, like old movies, like either old comedies or old monster movies. And
nice.
Like he would show 2 movies, and he was this goofy character. He was a short little chubby guy, but would dress in something like a superhero costume with a red nose. And he ran for 20 years, and every Saturday afternoon I would watch this show, and he would show Godzilla movies all the time. So that's kind of, yeah.
There used to be one locally up here called Monster Piece Theater or something.
I've heard that name. Yeah.
Wait, I don't even know if it was called Monster. You know what? It wasn't Monster Piece Theater. Monster Piece Theater is Sesame Street. Doing a joke on Masterpiece Theater. What was it called? It was called like Trash or Dumpster Piece Theater was what it was called.
Dumpster Piece Theater. That sounds great.
Yeah, and it was this guy, and he had a very much like, Scott Serklin's like Secret Lair kind of setup. Oh, yeah. He had a setup like that, and he'd play like these just horrible B movies, with like bits in between that were kind of like, MST3K or whatever, but like, it's like, there is something really marvelous about old public access stuff. And I kind of wonder if that stuff's still around, like, I guess YouTube would be sort of that for the modern day.
Yeah, and you can find some of that stuff on YouTube. Some of the old segues and that was because
Yeah.
they were big in the 70s and 80s. Like that's how people watched movies. Like these movie hosts like that became like really popular.
Yeah.
And
Even like the bigger channels, you know, like AMC or whatever, like they would play like a movie, but they'd always have like some British guy or somebody
yeah,
like introducing it and being like, "Hi, I'm introducer guy.
yeah.
This movie," you know, and it like, yeah.
I think it was Elvira that's kind of started making them a little more mainstream. When she came on, everybody kind of had to jump on that bandwagon. But
Yeah. I ended up reading her autobiography on the recommendation of Dee Dee.
oh yeah,
Yeah, because I didn't know much about Elvira, you know? And I was like, I'd be kind of curious to like check that out because she said it was a really interesting autobiography. And I think at the time I was looking for like book recommendations or something.
okay.
So I checked it out and
Yeah.
it was interesting.
Cassandra Peterson. I actually met her at a convention actually.
Oh, nice.
Many years ago. Yeah.
That was a saucy autobiography.
Was it? Is that right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just like a lot of not so great guys out there.
Yeah, she's been through quite a bit. I think she was also burned. Apparently, apparently she's badly burned on the one side of her leg, which is why you'll always see her at a certain angle.
Yeah, when she was a kid, I guess, which is kind of
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yeah, in her childhood, which is pretty intense. But yeah, pretty good autobiography though. Like, and honestly, made me admire, you know, just the work ethic and stuff. It's always interesting to hear people's like challenges, like maintaining a mansion too, where you're like, I'm empathetic to an extent.
Yeah.
But anyhow, it was a really well written, and I don't think it was ghost written either, which is kind of cool.
Oh, okay. So she wrote. Okay.
Yeah, and I think I'm forgetting whether it was Second City. I can't remember which comedy group she was a part of, but she was trained in improv.
Oh, okay.
That was
all right.
really
That
interesting
makes
too.
sense.
So
Yeah.
she was friends with like a ton of like comedians, you know, coming up. That was really interesting too. But yeah.
She still kind of does it. She's in her 70s. She still sort of does it. But I think she was looking to have it animated.
Oh, interesting.
I think she was going to have like an animated because she felt like she was getting too old to kind of play the character anymore. So she thought maybe getting it animated might be a way to still do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of crazy. Like, if you think about, you know, I think about this sometimes with comics too, where it's like the kind of comics I do, the most you'd ever really have with the stuff I do is like maybe some licensing thing for a movie, you know, that's about it. That would be about it. But like more kind of action oriented comics, when you start dealing with properties that are like LLCs where, you know, just the toy rights, you know,
Oh, geez.
would just make a fortune. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
It does get into this realm of creator stuff that is way outside of anything I'm familiar with, you know? Yeah.
No, I agree. That's sorry, excuse me 1 second, be right back. I've got
No worries, man. It's a very chill stream today. Now let's bring up all the spicy topics while Philip's gone. No, I'm just kidding.
right here. I have a cold drink here, but it's making condensation all over the desk. So I just set it down and realized, oh, there's like all kinds of water on here coming off the condensation off my glass.
My wife ended up getting one of those like I don't know what it's called. It's just like a rubbery plastic thing that's a cover for my table.
I need something like that.
That thing is rad because I don't have to worry about condensation or anything like that. But if you see my art table right now, like if I have to work traditionally, it's going to be a nightmare because my drafting table literally just has like piles of like books and papers and just crap all over it because I haven't worked traditionally in a while.
Yep. I know the feeling.
So I saw your setup the other day and I was like stoked for you having, like a setup where you can work kind of more traditionally. But I also felt really scared because I was like, oh man, I don't want to have to set that up for myself again.
Well, I actually went through the same thing. I ended up just piling crap all over the desk, and I thought, no, I got to clean this up. If I'm going to do this, I got to move this stuff.
Yeah.
So I ended up having to clear everything completely off the desk, and that's why this is still a mess back here. I got to clean all this crap. But
I don't know. It looks pretty organized to me. I could show you like one shot of my desk. Well, I probably can't. Well, let's see here. I'll tilt it over here. You see that? See that business?
Oh, okay.
That's an art table.
Yeah.
So I'm talking about just a mess. It's like what you're describing as a mess. I can kind of see it's not quite there. Yeah.
Was this Vic says, Josh and Phil, can you show off the fit?
Show off the fit? I don't know
what
that
means.
Is.
Kappa definitely deserves a toy line. Who's Kappa? Is that a singer, or do you mean Kappa the monster? Was a monster called Kappa?
I don't know what either of those are.
Kappa. I'm losing you, Vic.
Yeah.
Like even from that stream, I still haven't cleaned this desk off yet. It's still a mess.
Yeah. Oh, outfit.
Well,
I mean, I'm just wearing a Sunny Day Real Estate shirt.
Oh, yeah. It's just a shirt, and I got shorts on. That's about it.
Oh, his book Kappa. Okay, got it. That's what he was referring to. His book. Yeah. That's good.
I don't know what that is.
Sounds cool. I wish I had started doing comics a little more vigorously when I was younger. I did them, but I wasn't like very dedicated to it.
I was sort of talking about this. Actually, I was talking about this with Vic on his stream. It was kind of previously mentioned monster. Oh, Kappa? You mean Kappa the Triphibian monster?
Who's Kappa the Triphibian? Now you gotta.
That was another old giant monster movie that was like a really low budget kind of.
That sounds amazing.
Kappa. I have to. It was a really low budget, like terrible movie.
Oh, that sounds even better though. There was this brief period of time where my kid and his cousin were all obsessed with Ultraman.
Oh yeah,
I was watching Ultraman episodes because I got like the full collection of the first Ultraman.
Oh, nice. Yeah, my roommate collected them. We were watching some of them actually.
Yeah, and we were watching it, and it's like before you know it, like they were like really into it. It was pretty amazing. So there was this brief period where like they wanted like a Bimular toy. We had to like hunt online.
You can definitely get those now.
But anyhow, so that was fun.
Yeah, I used to go to they still have them in Chicago. They have the Godzilla Con.
Oh, nice.
In Chicago. And I used to help out the guy that ran them for years up until it was just getting a little too expensive to go. And but yeah, I used to go to them from like 96 to about 2000, mid 2000s.
Nice.
And yeah, they were a lot of fun. They were goofy fun, but
have you met Gaz yet?
But
have you met Gaz yet? Like Gaz Gretzky, the artist dude online?
No, I don't think I have.
Okay, you guys have to meet because he does Godzilla cons and stuff.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he does a lot of kaiju art.
All right, Gaz, that sounds familiar. That's like my friend Enrique is the same. He does a lot of Godzilla stuff, and I'm not sure if he went to G-Fest. G-Fest just went by.
Okay.
I don't know if he was at that or not, but I don't think he did. I'd like
You
to
should
go to it
definitely,
again.
yeah, you guys should definitely connect because, yeah, Gazbot. He goes by
Yeah.
Gazbot. We've had him on Artcasters quite a few times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a good dude. But he's really into kaiju. He even has a kaiju comic, which is pretty cool. Yeah.
Well, all right. Gosh, eh? Gappa sounds like a true Tubi movie. Yes, it probably is on Tubi. I bet if you look it up, it's probably on there.
What is Tubi? This is where I'm, you know.
So Tubi is pretty much the same idea as Netflix, except it's free.
Oh, okay.
They do run occasional ads, but nothing is edited out of the movies or TV shows. It just kind of jumps in with a little brief ad, and they're only about 15 seconds long. They're not real long, and maybe 3 breaks in an entire movie.
Interesting.
So it's not terrible. So yeah, so I don't mind it. They have a lot on there, and they'll go from like little. They've got a few big name things, and also a whole bunch of like obscure, rare, hard to find stuff.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, it's completely free. You can kind of make up an account so you can bookmark favorites. You can what do you call it? Age, like if you've got kids, you can age block certain things. So nice. Yeah, but it's completely free though, which is nice. It's just
I just do the reverse with my son. I just make sure it's like the worst horror movies known to man show up. And it's reverse age restricting.
Oh.
Oh man,
yeah, I love it. There's lots of MST stuff. If you're an MST3K fan, boy, they made a deal with them and they're like loaded with that stuff.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I love MST3K. I even liked the reboot. It wasn't too bad, you know.
Yeah, we have the subscription to their new channel thing they started. But yeah, it's less than YouTube, and a lot of the time they have 3 original Fridays on it.
Oh wow! Wait, what is that?
What do you mean? It has less than YouTube. What, you mean Tubi? Tubi has like a lot of stuff. Like if you go on there, they got like a ton of stuff. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I feel like yeah, I definitely feel like the
less ads. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'll have to check that out though. That sounds kind of
cool.
Oh
yeah, definitely. There's like a lot of old like 80s TV shows that
Oh, sweet. I would be so into that. I don't know if I told you this. It was like about a year ago I went on a Columbo kick.
Oh yeah.
I just totally remembered a couple Columbo episodes and I kind of want to watch them. And so we watched a whole bunch and binged, and my wife and I binged like all of Columbo, and they're really good episodes. There's a few that like nowadays don't hold up so well just from like, I don't know, like culturally insensitive stuff or whatever.
Sure.
But
yeah.
But in general, like I was surprised like how good the episodes still are. Like they're still really solid. I was really impressed by that. And I also forgot that like Peter Falk like started like, fairly young, like younger than I remembered, because when I was growing up, he was much older at that point and played the character forever,
Mm-hmm.
But even when he was starting it relatively young, he still played the character like almost the same. It's kind of fascinating,
Yeah.
It's really interesting to see. But yeah, I was surprised how well those held up.
They used to hello, Christopher Runciman is in the chat. Hello, sir.
Nice. Christopher, if you want to hop on, I can.
They used to I don't know if you remember,
but
this.
No pressure.
They excuse me, I don't mean to bother you, but I have a few questions I was hoping to ask you.
Excuse me there, sir. Hello. I dare say I don't mean to interrupt you, but I do have a bit of a question. But anyhow, yeah, Christopher, feel free to type the question. But if you want, like, you can hop on. I'll send you a link too.
I don't know if you remember this, but Columbo, they used to be like 1.5-hour episodes, and each Sunday they would rotate between Columbo, Macmillan and Wife, and I forget the other one. It was another one my parents, like my folks, liked the other two. They like Columbo and they like Macmillan and Wife, and there was another one they didn't like though, and I can't think of the name of it.
I'm trying to. I don't know. It's a tough one, but it's kind of similar. That's something my parents used to watch all the time was Columbo.
Yeah. They were like 1.5 hours on Sundays. They were long episodes. Oh, he was trying to be Columbo. Excuse me, sir. I don't mean to bother you, but I have a few questions.
Oh, nice. Where the catch is, you have to like to do it properly. It's like you got to kind of pat your pockets and be like, what was that? Oh, yes. One more question. Like, anyhow.
One more thing.
Okay. Let's see here. Let me copy. But it was pretty fun. I mean, it's a good show. I was surprised that it actually kind of held up. I was like, oh, this wasn't as like bad as I thought it was. I kind of wouldn't mind rewatching. Something I want to watch is the original Matlock. Would be fun to rewatch and see. If awful. I have a feeling it would be awful, but I don't know. It'd be fun to rewatch Simon and Simon too.
I loved Simon and Simon growing up. My mom and I watched that all the time.
Me too, and it had like the coolest theme song.
It did. It really did. I love turning it on in time because I wanted to hear the theme song.
Nice. Oh, Christopher, I sent you the link. Yeah. It's funny. The theme song used to. So, have you watched any like rewatched any like 80s television like? Recently?
I don't know if I've rewatched any in a while. I'm barely keeping up with anything current, let alone.
Yeah, I was like all up to date on all the Star Wars stuff, and I really liked Andor quite a lot. I thought that was excellent.
Oh, that's the only one I'm kind of behind on. It's the only one I've missed.
Yeah, and I adore that one, but I haven't seen anything that came out after that, including the like latest Mandalorian or any of that stuff. Because
is that right? Yeah,
it's funny. I didn't even remember how long it's been since I went to a movie theater. My brother-in-law was like, "We're gonna go see Oppenheimer, tomorrow."
It's good.
And I was like,
very long, but very good.
I was thinking about it, and I was like, "How do you get movie tickets again?" And then I was like, thinking about it, and it's been probably like 3 or 4 years since I've seen a movie in the theater.
Is that right, eh?
Yeah. Kind of trippy.
I have a very good friend of mine I've known for years and years, and he still lives in London, and he drives up and visits every couple of weeks, and we kind of go do like a movie thing. So I go like every couple of weeks I'm going to a movie.
Yeah.
So I'm usually kind of up on, usually I do. But yes, we went and saw Oppenheimer, and I'll probably might see Barbie later. Long story behind that, but I'm probably going to end up seeing that. But
you guys, we have Columbo here.
Yeah. Excuse me. I don't mean to bother you, but I got a couple questions I was hoping to ask.
That's a pretty good Columbo.
It is.
Well, listen, I'm only going to take a moment of your time. I love Peter Falk.
Yeah, he's kind of incredible.
He was phenomenal. He's a big art collector. Did you know that?
I didn't
know that.
He himself was an artist, massive art collector.
That's awesome.
Yeah, photographer, professional photographer. Like he exhibited around the world.
It's awesome.
Yeah. And his wife, terrible detective. Terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, Mrs. Columbo was awful. Yeah.
Did you ever see the attempt to do Mrs. Columbo? Because we went through the whole binge watching all of Columbo, and then we were like, I wonder what Mrs. Columbo was like. And we all watched about 5 minutes of it, and we were like, yeah, this was trash.
I can't stand that actress in general.
Oh, was that the one who's she was Captain Janeway?
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah, I didn't mind her in Star Trek Voyager there, but yeah, I don't.
I'm not really a Star Trek guy.
I was
It's
not
too positive.
Yeah, I wasn't into Star Trek until my wife changed my mind about it, and I because I like the original Star Trek, the original, because I thought it was
Yeah.
like fun and cheesy, but I never was like into Next Generation, and it's partially because like back in the day there used to be that big divide between Star Wars and Star Trek.
Yeah,
Oh.
the bad and the good, the
Yeah.
bad. Yeah.
But it is funny that like that's not really a thing anymore, But it
It's
used to
not,
be a
yeah.
really big war game, between geeks. I
hate that word. Sorry.
War game.
No, geeks.
Oh yeah, I don't mind it because I am a geek, so I own it. I subvert it.
So the etymology of that word is a circus performer that bites the heads off chickens.
Well, I mean, there's that too. I like to I get a little Aussie sometimes. That's on my more spicy streams,
Be who you are, man. Be who you are.
Okay.
If there's a single thing for you to put up on the video link is chatting with Phil and Chris, admit my truths.
I think I do like the idea of kind of like having maybe the thumbnail will be just me with blood pouring down my mouth and like a chicken that's headless or something. That'd be pretty awesome.
You gotta be doing like the whole
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you not entertained? Anyhow. I changed my mind on Next Generation though, because my wife got me really into it, and I was like, "This was a brilliant TV show. I can't believe I wasn't watching it."
So Brent Spiner, the funniest thing about Brent Spiner was he released an album while he was still doing Next Generation, and it's called Old Yellow Eyes Is Back, and it's the cover. You have to look it up. The cover is black and white. He's got a fedora on, but his eyes are yellow like
Yellow. That's funny.
That's hilarious.
Yeah,
I think he was my least favorite part of Star Trek.
Oh yeah. He is the worst part of Star Trek. There's a
Is
funny.
that awful?
No, not at all. No, he's a robot. He has no feelings. There's a funny Peter Falk story. Did you ever see any of the old celebrity roasts in the 70s?
I have, but I don't know if I've seen a Peter Falk one.
No, it wasn't a Peter Falk one. It was the Frank Sinatra one.
Oh, nice.
So, Dean Martin is the MC of this one, and so he says, "We got a special thing coming up here on behalf."
We'll chat to you later.
On behalf of the.
Oh, take it easy, Vic.
He says, on behalf of the Los Angeles Police Department, we've got a representative here. And out comes Peter Falk dressed as Columbo. And he's carrying this big deep dish pan, right? And so he comes out and he walks by Dean Martin and goes, I don't think you're supposed to be smoking that. Like the whole persona of him coming out on stage is perfectly Columbo. And so he comes up on the at the mic and he's, can I get you to hold this? And he gives the lasagna that he's carrying to Frank Sinatra. And he goes, I got a note here. Mrs. Columbo made sure that okay, here we are. Mr. Sinatra, you have no idea how much of a pleasure this is. He does the whole routine, and but the lasagna is from his wife, and because she's a big fan of yours, and if enjoy it at your own time. I know you got all this fancy food here on the table, but enjoy it in your own time. And if you want to just put it in the mail, that should get it back to us. It's got our address on the bottom, and he walks off the stage. And he just completely bewilders all of them because he's the only one that comes out like that. Everybody else is Brad Pitt, hey, blah, 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 blah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so hilarious. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's kind of amazing. You like again, like his talent really shows, especially when you see the earlier episodes where it's like he had kind of just nailed that character from like episode 1.
Oh yeah.
And
There's a.
yeah,
Have you ever seen there's a movie that he's in. It's sort of a spoof murder mystery.
Yeah, I've got
Murdered by
it.
Death.
Yeah, I've got it right here.
It's great. And
So good.
Yeah. It's sort of a spoof of all the Agatha Christie novels and all the famous mystery novel characters. But yeah.
Oh, nice.
It was a
Wait,
fun
have
movie.
I seen this? What was that movie called?
You've probably seen it like growing up.
It's a little bit like Clue, if you're familiar with Clue. It's a little bit along the same lines.
It's got the star-studded cast, you know. It's,
Okay.
it's very, very 70s,
I am like a
early
big fan of
80s.
those.
Yeah, it's very,
I'm a fan of like the murder mystery dinners, you know, kind of thing.
Like there's
the you know,
Truman Capote is the host.
that's amazing.
That's terrifying, actually.
Welcome everyone to the show. We're gonna have a wonderful time. Here
Did
we
you guys,
have Mr. Columbo
Do
himself.
you remember there were 2 Capote movies that came out?
Yeah.
Like simultaneously, like 2 movie companies had greenlit Capote.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever saw the one that wasn't Philip Seymour Hoffman. I only saw the one that was
Well, that one was a really good one.
Anything with Hoffman, like even his Mission Impossible thing was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's no Rowan Atkinson.
No. He was
I love that you said that with a straight face. You know, I mean, for serious actors, he's definitely no Mr. Bean, for sure. You know.
Yeah. Rowan Atkinson is a master, though. He really is.
Yeah, I feel like the early Mr. Beans where he did, like, I feel like later on he kind of started talking a bit. I can't remember.
Too much.
I think he started talking, and it was like, no. Like, the best bit was it being quiet, you know?
He'd say things like, one, please, you know, and one, you know, but even that was too much, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
I
Phil.
used to love his Blackadder those were my favorites actually.
Blackadder was genius. My favorite was Baldric and Percy in season 3. Season 3.
Yes.
It's where they're serving. It's where they serve Hugh Laurie's Prince character.
Yeah.
And Blackadder is the butler, and Percy is another lord who's completely inept. And then Baldric is the dog's body of the house. And so because Blackadder's aunt and uncle are coming to visit, and they're of this weird Christian sect, right? They only eat turnip. And so he sends Baldric and Percy to go get a turnip. And when these different things happen with the scenes, and then when he says, all right, oh God, what are you two inane buckers laughing at now? And and then what's his name does well, you see, Edmund, we found a turnip that looks exactly like a thingy. And they both start laughing their guts out. And then Tony Robinson drops the greatest line, which I found particularly funny, my lord, because I've got a thingy shaped exactly like a turnip. And I remember seeing this, and it just etched into my brain immediately. But I remember falling off the couch laughing so hard at this the first time I saw it.
That's great.
Because it's so dumb. It is so.
I love it.
That and the Shakespearean actors that were on Blackadder.
When they do the big.
Of course, those on the stage only represent, but they always have to have that big clearing scream and their arms and their legs spread wide. And oh my God, brilliant!
And you couldn't mention the unmentionable play. Or else
Cross and fish and not make amends.
Yeah.
They do that, and they tweak each other's nose. Oh,
It's
right?
funny.
Oh, you mean Macbeth?
Ah!
Yeah. The Scottish play is what you prefer, I say,
The Scottish play, that's right.
and not Macbeth. So good, so good. So hey guys,
I gotta go
gotta
find those now.
oh, let me know if you can. I got them.
Oh yeah.
Listen. I discovered a fun thing.
Okay.
Have you guys heard of jelly plating?
Jelly plating. I've seen it on your show.
Yeah.
Like the results of it.
Yeah, I've been
here a little better.
I've been playing with this this evening and assembling base images like this for myself. Let me see.
That's awesome.
Like just crazy patterning
nice.
and whatnot, or
Yeah.
um,
Oh, that's
like this is-
rad.
like isn't that crazy? It's all
Yeah,
cars.
I saw you working on that the
really
Egyptian
bad.
one.
Yeah, I'm finishing that now.
Yeah, and then I think the one you did before was on the jelly plating too. That's really
Yeah.
cool. It creates like a really
Yeah.
nice texture to it.
Oh yeah, and you can have so much fun with it. Like here's
So explain the process there. Are you coding like a
trying to get it without the glare.
like how exactly are you accomplishing the jelly plating? Is it like coating something in
Acrylic.
acrylic and then you
Acrylic-
kind of
acrylic
smooth it
paint.
on?
No, so it's a gelatin. It's a polymer sheet and 8x10 hunk of polymer. Like, and it has the consistency, like it wiggles around like jelly. So you lay that down and you go over it with a pigment of acrylic, preferably a dark one, right?
Okay.
But what you do is you go through magazines and or photocopies, and you look for high contrast images,
Mm-hmm.
deep whites, they're really bright whites, really deep blacks, and so when you put that first roll of value down, then you put the magazine rip out or the photocopy face down on it, press it down, okay, and give it a moment to bond, and then you peel up the paper or the magazine, and it should leave that high contrasted image in the acrylic.
Oh, how fascinating! That's
And then the
crazy.
rest of the
Wow,
acrylic,
okay.
the rest of the acrylic is on that original source material.
My goodness.
And so then
Alright.
so then you let that dry, okay, and you can use stencils and stencil little bits and bobs. Like this is, see the yellow in the corner here?
Mhm. A little bit, yeah.
That's a little stenciling business, and or you can put other images from photocopies or magazines or whatever down and use a different color, and then you can have these different planes of value. Well, you can put multiple colors on each individual plane. There's no real rules, and
Yeah.
you can put leaves down from your backyard and then roll
okay.
over those. So the final step is to do one coat of another value, okay, and like just a solid coat, and at this point now you're going to take a fresh sheet of paper, okay, and everybody talks about copy paper, but I've tried 4 different kinds of paper and they all work.
Okay.
So I'm using cardstock,
Nice.
right? Because I'm drawing original pages on it, so I want it to last. And you're not going to get that with bond. So you lay that down, like same thing. Do the rubbing, just rub it, and and then you peel that off. And all of the stuff that's face down on that transfer should come up on that paper. But because because you're putting those layers stacked one on the next, that first layer you put down is gonna be your top layer.
Oh, interesting.
Right? And then there's all this and depending on its viscosity, depending on the depth of whatever pigments you're using and whatever plane, there'll be this sort of translucence through it. Otherwise, you get these sort of fantastically crazy brandished. Hold on a second. Just give me a second.
This is really fascinating. I don't know if I have heard of that whole process.
All right. So this is one of them. Like, look at the crazy business you can get in this.
Yeah.
Right? Like, those are bushes.
That's very... Okay, yeah.
Okay. Or like this one with the cars. Right?
Huh.
Neat. Look at that.
And then I can put text in, and I just went over the text. But this is some stencil in here, right? And it's a photograph of people in the street in Thailand, but you'd never know it.
Yeah.
Right? So I've been playing with it a lot and coming up with different compositions, but the thing with me is this is a base image.
Yeah.
Right? Like with me, I'm gonna draw on top of these.
Yeah.
So there's the Egyptian one. But you get some fantastic stuff anyways.
That's super rad. I this is way less cool and unique, but I'm kind of curious if you played with it, because if not, I think you'd enjoy it. Have you ever done the spray bottle with water on like a canvas or like a sheet that you're going to work on, and then hit it with oil-based spray paint?
No, because I'm allergic to oil paint. But I've done the same thing with acrylic.
Oh, okay, because you can do like this kind of weird resistance thing where the oil and the water like don't adhere, and then it creates this like weird bubble effect.
So you can
never done it, but I've heard of it.
Okay, so you can get the same thing with bleach.
Oh, nice.
For acrylics.
Okay.
So,
nice.
Like if I...
What about in utero? Does that work too? No.
Sorry. Well, we're going to have no Nirvana jokes tonight, Bill.
Oh, dear.
Although we did discover...
Jokes. That's
although
what
we
I
did
do here.
We did discover that Gary was the kid on that cover, so...
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we're just gonna, and he promised to recreate it for us. So that
I
was
want to see the recreation of that cover for sure.
With Gary,
it would be hilarious.
In the water, that kid's not wearing anything, Josh.
That would be funny. That's all I'm saying. It'd be funny. It's not, Anyway,
he looks a little different.
So. I have been going straight for an hour. I usually play videos at this point, but I am okay with letting you guys mention where people can find you and stuff. So it's your call. I can either play a video or you guys can hustle your wares.
I appreciate that, but I'm gonna take off in a minute, so
okay.
I'll leave you to that. But Phil, you're doing new videos.
I'm doing my videos.
You're doing new videos now. You've got 2 cameras set up.
Oh yeah. I'm hoping to start doing more like actual digital. That's why I kind of set that up. I want to start pulling out my paints and whatnot. So I'm hoping to start making that a thing. We'll see. Like I do the art block live on Wednesday nights, and we'll see. I'm gonna figure out something. Maybe Mondays or something. I'll do. Something awesome. On Monday where I can do some like practical stuff, some physical.
Good. Media, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully
awesome and it's a nice step. It's a nice step for people to be able to see what you're working on while you're chatting, right? So, they get the beefcake and they get the show.
I love it. How are you? So Chris, I do have a question for you before you head out, I guess.
Never on the first date always ask for chocolate.
So the question is, so your one-page comics, you do quite a lot of them on stream. like,
Yeah.
do you have like a rough idea of like how long you spend on each page kind of after the stream's over?
Do you know that we sat down and we figured this out tonight, of all things?
Oh, crazy. You see, it's because I actually, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so I spend the hour and a half talking and drawing in the stream, and then it only takes me an hour to finish the page.
nice.
Yeah, and because I work 2 or 3 times as fast when I'm not in camera.
Oh, that makes sense.
So,
Yeah.
you know, because I find that I feel like I'm slow when I'm drawing in the stream. So
Yeah. That's funny because you're incredibly quick on stream.
Oh,
so.
well, that's nice. Yeah, but you know, got to be faster. So here's the fun thing. Tomorrow, well, technically today for me, but it's the 197th day since I started doing a 1-page every day.
Nice. Congrats.
Oh, is that right? Wow.
Yeah, and I'm on page 197.
Hell yeah.
So my objective goal has been 200 pages in 200 days. And we sat down tonight. This is why we figured out how long it takes to do each page. But we sat down tonight and we calculated how many pages I've done. And that's not including the other stuff that I do. It's just including the stuff from the stream, right?
Yeah.
Just the 1-page extravaganza stuff. But we figured it out. It's 197 pages in 197 days.
Jeez.
Nice.
So I hope I can hit that 200.
You will.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
that's on its way.
unless my leg falls off. Yeah, so it's exciting. It's compelling. I love the ideas coming in. Tomorrow is Phil. I think it's your idea. Tomorrow.
Oh, the the sentient onions.
Sentient onions.
Yeah,
It's a great one.
I sort of posted that as a joke, and I didn't really. I don't know what I was thinking, but
I'll take all comers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, be careful. It gets kind of addictive because I think the first time I posted in there, it was just riffing, and then Chris just ran with it. I was like, okay, so, yeah, like, and now it gets kind of addictive because if you have a weird idea, it's like
I got an idea, Chris. Poop a pee caca wee wee. Yeah. So
that comes up with all kinds of ideas, like the onions, like people cry because of onions.
Well, that's the whole part of it, is that I didn't actually remember what it was for Phil. I just knew that I wanted to do Phil's because I haven't done one of yours in rotation for a little while, and
yeah,
just because I had one written down, but
yeah, they become sentient plan to take over the world or something like that.
I don't look at them before the stream starts.
Oh, okay.
I literally start with the start of the stream, and just go.
I like it. And
so
this actually is going to flash to like a behind the scenes where you're like rehearsing the page, and there's like music like "You gonna keep going," and it's like an 80s montage of just like endless practices of the same page. Dun dun dun. No, I've seen Christopher do this. He does do it off the cuff.
That was more exercise than I've gotten in a while.
After about like an hour or two of jazzercise. That's
jazzercise. Yeah. It turns into lounge singing every time. So I'm feeling good about that.
Awesome.
The new book is on its way with production. It's all still very, in the early days, and I've got the production. I've got a meeting with the production director on the start of the week, and
awesome.
It was originally just going to be similar to the 1-page comic book that we put out last year, but the difference being because its format is landscape, and the new book is going to have the suggestion from people on the page. And a couple of creative insight notes.
I like that.
Like where what the hell were they thinking when they came up with that one? So that's a big difference, and I'm feeling good about it. I mean, there's been a couple of things about I can't use just for legalities and production stuff.
Yeah.
I can't use other people's characters, and
Yep.
I can't
Characters, lyrics.
like I couldn't do Chuck Norris's fashion show. I couldn't put that.
Oh, right. Oh, that's too bad.
And
there was what's his name?
The Werner Herzog page.
He's got a movie out now. Short action hero guy who's like 60 and doing all his own stunts. What the hell's his name?
Tom Cruise?
Tom Cruise.
I was going to say Danny DeVito. It's practically twins.
It's true. They're so like remarkably similar.
So, I could use that one actually because it doesn't say Tom Cruise.
Nice.
The Werner Herzog judges a swimsuit competition I couldn't use though because it's so very clearly Werner Herzog. But the Christopher Walken orders a beer.
My friend Andy suggested that. Yeah.
So that one is actually it's what is it called? This Mr. Chris and his crazy spooky story, and never once do I say Walken.
Nice.
Okay.
Or it's the other way around. It's I don't say Chris or I don't say Walken in it. I mean, it's clearly Christopher Walken.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the one where Christopher Walken, if he was playing Jack in The Shining, that's what that one is.
Okay.
Remember, I turned it into he's on the set of The Shining and he's talking to Lloyd, the bartender, and I have no idea why it went that way, but it did. It's hard sitting down. It's hard sitting down and coming up with 60 little paragraphs of what was I thinking at the time, because I generally don't know.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That can be fun though. It can be like a way to like explore. Maybe stuff will come out that you didn't even see at the time that you can see now. Yeah,
I think so, and I think it also makes me reflect on my own process as well, and writing all those things down, which is kind of compelling.
I like it. I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be a really cool book.
Well, that's nice. Yeah, I appreciate that, guys. It's a big leap for us because it's all the. So this is my 31st book, 32nd book, and but it's the first time that it's not regionally solicited and produced. It's the first book that's going international, so it's a big leap for me. And next year I'm going to own my own country.
I love it. Once you own your own country, then you have to talk to me and Jim and all of us because we want to start like a crazy art commune cult. So
I was just going to give everybody jelly beans, but I guess that works too.
Yeah, we've been talking about a crazy art commune cult. We just have to come up with like a religion that is believable enough for people to have to do our laundry and food and all that, like stuff like that. So we can all do art. Basically our goal.
I believe that when you guys were first discussing that, I called you a bunch of dirty hippies. A bunch of dirty hippies. Yeah. So
flash forward to like the A&E documentary. It's like, on this live stream, they were joking about starting a cult. Little did you know.
There's a fun thing about doing the voice work for Phil's movie. I'm sorry, Phil. For Jim's movie.
Yeah.
Is that he gives me these lines, and you can just imagine.
Yeah, his writing's so funny.
It is, but he just gives me these lines, and I don't read them before I record them.
Nice.
I just go.
Jeez.
And and I'll record it, and then I'll go, well, how about this voice? And I'll do the whole thing again with a different voice, and I'll send that to Jim, and every time I'm expecting him to go, here's some notes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never does. He's, okay, great.
That's it.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like you have a talent with that, like with voice. I don't know. I think there's something there, for sure.
Yeah, I'm really good at disguising myself, but only if you're not looking at me. Who was that? It sounded like a different person was in the room. Yeah.
That's awesome.
But the things are good. What page are you on now, Josh?
I am on page 79, and this is the page that will not die.
This is the big opera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this took forever.
How many is in the book again?
Oh my God, you finished it.
I think it was like, geez, good Lord.
So
see the rest of it's easy after that.
Yeah, so like the rest of it's been going pretty swimmingly after that,
Good.
But it was just that one took forever. So.
Oh, hold on! I want to guess which cup.
Oh, I think I might have blown the secret there. Oh my gosh! You know what? I just realized I forgot the ball here. It should actually be here. That's one of those sequential moments.
You got conned by your own sequential drawing.
Yep. That happens all the time, by the way.
Yeah, they hide balls in scenes when you're drawing.
Yep. It's I forget the balls all the time. It's something my publisher's always like, why you forget the balls?
Sometimes it's lamps. I don't know. Yeah. That's looking really good. I really like the progress you're making.
Yeah, it's a beast, but it'll get done.
How many pages is the book again supposed to be?
220 or something.
Okay. You'll be there in no time.
Yeah, I will be.
So you're a third of the way, I guess.
Yeah. So.
No, you're kicking butt. You're kicking the names and taking the butts.
Exactly. That's right.
But it's a beautiful style, and to have to stick with the consistent quality that you're at for this many pages already, is absolutely brilliant.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
I like it. It's pretty.
Thank you, sir.
And you're a good storyteller. So really good
that.
Yeah, I really am looking forward to the finished product when that's done in color with the cover. That's going to be a beautiful book.
I am really excited about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just realized the crazy angle
of the collection.
I just realized the crazy angle that my camera's at. Looks like I'm on a roller coaster.
Oh, it's
yeah. I kind of like it though. It kind of works.
One of those old Batman series shots when they open up with the city on an angle.
Yeah, that's true.
It's okay. I'm balancing it out now.
You know what was the best? The best bit in Batman was that like climbing bit. Where it's like they're just clearly just walking up.
Right.
A set. But they
I always
just casually like.
It's a celebrity that would.
And they'd always have somebody like peek their head out the window.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The shtick joke. The shtick.
It was always like a famous celebrity.
Yeah, I love that. I actually really enjoy that TV show. I have the whole series on DVD.
Good man. My favorite part was always the commissioner. What are we gonna do, Batman? And he, I can't come up with a plan that fast. And he goes, but maybe I can. And every time he does this thing where he holds his hand.
Oh yeah, he would.
I've got it, Commissioner. It's every time.
Yeah.
Right? I've got the answer, Commissioner. And first, we're going to keep up with this shticky attitude for the rest of our careers, and Bert's going to get into adult entertainment.
That's hilarious. Did that happen?
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it's awkward. It's called the Burt Ward. It's gross. Yeah, there's he was a bit of a character off the set, so
Well, that makes
There's,
sense.
but that's pretty common, right? Like, apparently, now I've just heard this recently, but you know that pudding guy?
Yes.
Okay.
He was not a nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah. What
You
a
know,
shock.
my favorite joke about 80s programming is the dad from something from it's the dad from the Will Smith show. You know the slappy guy, that guy's show, and then the dad from Seventh Heaven.
Okay.
And then
Show was weird.
and then Mr. Huxtable. So those three guys, these morally upright, everything's a life lesson for the kids' dads. Massive scandals in real life.
Yeah.
Right? And then the guy from Married with Children.
Yeah.
Like, good dude. Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah.
It's actually a very good point.
Yeah. Ed O'Neill. It's actually a really good guy. So.
Is that right?
Well, gentlemen, I think I better be signing off.
Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. It was fun.
I thought I'd come and join one of your Crack of Dawn streams.
I love it.
I wasn't intending on joining. I was just checking in and just say, gentlemen.
No, it was awesome. That's what you get.
Yeah,
that's what you get. Just when you thought you were out, we pull you back in. Yeah, if you guys haven't yet, you should make sure you're following Christopher Runciman. He's doing amazing one-page comics every single day almost on his YouTube. So Christopher Runciman, Run C Man, like. But anyhow,
the Runcito Man.
Point being, like, his stuff's great. One-page comics are really incredible. It's a good. Hang on a second. Let me grab this thing.
Oh, where's it gone? What's happening? It's all chaos. Entertain ourselves.
Pick this up. Pick this guy up too. It's a really good book. It's a bunch of individual pages by one art. Like, that's the coolest part about it is it's the same artist, and yet it's like a million different styles of execution. It's just an incredible book and incredibly entertaining. So pick this up. Follow Christopher on YouTube.
That's very nice of you, Josh.
Cool.
Gentlemen, it's been wonderful spending some time with you. And
it's nice to talk to you, Chris.
Thank you guys as well. And I look forward to seeing what you guys are coming out with next.
I love it.
Yeah,
all right.
sure.
I'm out for now. Good night, everybody.
J Boys.
Have a good night.
So you know what that's about, right?
I was going to ask as soon as you signed out.
Just before.
I missed something. I'm sorry.
Josh Kemble, Jim Luan, and now Justin Stewart, right? Or as they call him, Jay Stu. So every time these guys show up on my stream, as soon as they recognize each other, they're Jay Boys, and it just.
All right. I had no idea what that was about.
Yeah,
but
poor Christopher deals with a lot of just absurdity from
I love it. It's good fun. But what's funny is I've heard on a couple of other friends that you've seen that are in the chats in the stream as well, on other streams, are all trying to figure out what that's about.
Yeah, I will say, Jim and I have done the J Boys on more than just your stream.
No,
we're out of control. Like, when we are in a chat, it's Jim and I. We lose control a little bit. Gets wild.
It's all I can do to restrain myself when the Artcasters are on. Because I'm pretty sure any of the ridiculous thoughts that come to my mind that I'm about to type in are going to just send you off, Josh.
That's true.
And Corey's just going to get mad at me.
That's true. Yeah.
So, it's a little self-restraint on my part for that.
I love it.
Not a lot, Not a lot, but a little. All right, gentlemen, thanks again. Have a
All
great
right.
night. J-Boys!
J-Boys. I love it.
Bye for now.
Awesome. That was really cool.
Yeah,
That
it was nice talking.
Christopher Runciman. Very cool dude. All right, let's see. Oh,
I
my
actually
computer's acting all
wanted to.
freezy.
Oh.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I did something else I actually wanted to ask, and I kept forgetting because I came into something really late, and I had no idea what the inside joke was about, but it was about the lamps, just killing all the lamps, and I was like, "What? Okay, I came in late, and what did I miss here?"
So I think this is one of my issues. I had somebody tell me this who listens to my stream, where I tend to have kind of I don't know, I don't catch it in myself, but I guess my delivery is pretty deadpan, where I'll just like make a really wild joke, and people will kind of, if they're just tuning in, they'll be like, wait, is he seriously hate lamps or something? You know what I mean? But anyhow, so the bit behind that is actually I had to go through the entire graphic novel and change out the lampshades because we realized like a little late that lampshades weren't really common around that era and time.
Okay.
So I kind of made a joke about it that I personally hate lampshades, and so I'm going through and murdering lampshades in my comic.
Okay.
But it was really just because my editor, you know, they didn't even make me do it. They were like, I don't know, you know, it's probably not a big deal, and I was like, no, it kind of is. We'll get rid of all the lampshades. So.
Right. Okay. All right. So that's why. All right.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
And also, I hate lampshades. But I was kind of making it into a bit where I was saying, you know, like me and Jim have gone to like bars and I've seen somebody with a lampshade and I'm like, is that lampshade looking at me? And he's like, don't worry about it, man. Just look the other way. And I'm like, are you looking at me, lampshade? And he's like, Josh, just let it
go.
Just let it go. I'm like, no, I swear that lampshade. He was looking at me. Anyhow, so yeah, that's the bit.
All right.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird inside jokes that I very much enjoy that come out of this stream. It's kind of fun.
And if you do decide to pull out your bread maker and make bread, you'll have to get pictures.
I will take. Yeah, I will take pictures of the bread because I'm kind of excited about this. I actually found it, so I was like, okay.
Did you? Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, so I know where the bread maker is. Now I just have to get the ingredients and so on. Is there a way to like ruin it?
I think here's the thing. It was so super easy. I mean, I read through everything just to make sure. I know every bread maker is different, so go through it. But at least on mine, it just said put the ingredients in the order that it's listed. Which it took all about 10 minutes. Just pour in the water, the flour, salt, sugar, butter, and then the yeast at the end is the last one that goes in. Put in the machine, close it up, just hit the right number for what I've put in, because there's like large, which is more of the ingredients. There's small white, there's small brown bread, there's banana bread, and there's all different kinds actually in there. And just close the lid, hit the right number for the one that you've got, and then just let it go. And it has a little spinner inside that'll spin to mix the ingredients. It'll go for like 15 minutes, then it sits to do a rise. It'll do another spin, then it does a second rise. So that's why it takes about 3.5 hours, is because it does these rises and then lets it sit. And then the last 45 minutes it bakes. It heats up and then it actually bakes the bread. And then once it's done, it dings. I open it up, I take it out, and it's done.
Just like magic.
And that's it. But to put those ingredients in takes all of about 10 minutes. I just make sure I have everything, and the instructions even have little substitutes. Like if you don't use this, you can use that, or whatever. There's different variances on it. So
that's so cool.
Yeah. Because the bread I've got is it called for like 2 tablespoons of milk in the end, but I don't use milk. I just left it out. It doesn't really make any difference on that. So yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, I got because I bought it like 3 or 4 years ago. I bought it, It was when I used to work at Value Village, which was a little thrift store, and I thought, oh, maybe I'll make some bread. But then typically it was like $15 I paid for it. Put it in the cupboard and didn't think about using it for the longest time until like I noticed that bread started going way up in price, and I thought, this is ridiculous. I don't want to pay this for bread anymore. And I thought, I'm going to find out. I've got that bread maker. I'm going to make it myself.
And also bread, home baked bread is so much tastier. It's just
really
the flavor.
Is.
I mean, I know it's healthier too, I think, but it's like the flavor is just so much better.
I think there's less preservatives in it because I do find that it does go stale really quick. Like after about 3 days, it starts going stale. Even when it goes stale, it doesn't go bad. It just goes crusty. And then I just break it up and I can use it for croutons and salad or grind it down to use as a binding element if you're making like hamburgers or something. So
or like worst case scenario, like open the window and chuck it at people walking by.
Yes, use that too. If it goes hard enough, you can ping them in the head. But
that's awesome though. That's amazing.
Yeah, so I don't buy bread anymore. I just make it here. Even banana bread. There's a recipe in there for banana bread, and
I got to get on that because it's funny. Just you mentioning it reminded me that we had a relative who like kind of had us hang on to their bread maker, and I was like, we have a bread maker in the house, and like I just forgot about it until honestly you brought it up, and I'm like, oh yeah, I've been meaning to like actually do that because I am a sucker for like homemade bread. Like,
and the whole house just smells like baked bread. Oh yeah, it's so
the best. That is a great smell. Okay, I gotta step away for a minute because I've been going for 2 hours. So, do you want to talk about your stuff, or do you want me to play a trailer? Whichever is fine by me. So.
Oh God, I don't. I guess it doesn't matter. I could mention who I am, where I'm. Cool. Yeah, cool. I could try and do a self.
I love it. Do a quick self promo, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Phil Chandler. I'm a freelance artist. I'm like an ex-animator. I used to work in animation too many years ago. I do caricatures. I do cartoons. You can find me on most social media. I'm under Phil Chandler Arts. If you go on YouTube, I'm starting to get back into doing regular YouTube videos and lives under Chandler Arts or Phil Chandler Arts. I can't remember how to check that. Instagram, definitely I'm under Phil Chandler Arts. I do have a TikTok. I don't use that very much anymore, but mainly Instagram. My posts on Instagram will duplicate onto Facebook because they're both owned by Meta. So that under Instagram is definitely under Phil Chandler Arts. And isn't it silly? My YouTube video, I have to double check my YouTube video. I can't remember if my YouTube is if I switch it to Phil Chandler Arts or if it's still just Chandler Arts, but I'll have a quick look. I don't even remember.
Yeah, I've looked under Phil Chandler Arts and usually that shows up, but I'm subscribed now, so I don't know.
You're Chandler. Because it is at Phil Chandler Arts. Okay.
Okay,
so
good.
Okay, yeah. I think I wanted to keep it in line with my Instagram, so I just changed it to Phil Chandler Arts. Oh, and there was also, I had to change that because there was a dance studio in Ohio, I think, that was called Chandler Arts.
And we're calling you out, Chandler Arts, now.
So, and I think they were getting mad at me because I was hashtagging Chandler Arts, and they were trying to do the same thing. So if people hashtag Chandler Arts, they would see my stuff come up, and they would see this dance theater that would come up, and I think they were getting mad at me because they started doing it a lot. And I'm like, all right, fine. I'm not going to try and compete with you guys, and I'm going to change it to Phil Chandler Arts, and then.
Did I ever tell you the Joshua Kemble story?
No.
Okay, there's another Joshua Kemble. It's a really weird spelling of a last name, so there aren't a lot of Kembles in general. But there's like one famous Kemble in history named Fanny Kemble, who was like a famous like Shakespearean actress who was part of the women's suffrage movement.
Oh, okay, interesting. All right.
Which is kind of rad, and I think my roots actually trace back to her, which is kind of cool.
Okay.
Because she was like opposed slavery and like helped get women's rights. And I'm like, yeah, they got like some real lib stuff in the past that I'm very proud of. But yeah, in general, like there aren't a lot of Kembles. And then when I started as an illustrator, luckily I got, JoshuaKemble.com. And then, but then I kept finding that I was in like a Google search battle with this guy, Joshua Kemble. And I was like, oh my gosh. And it turns out there's like a lead singer. Keep in mind at the time I was an atheist,
Oh, okay.
And it's the lead singer of like a Christian band.
Oh, jeez.
Named Joshua Kemble, and I was like, oh, I was so mad. It made me furious. I invented in my head how much I disliked this guy. He was in like a Christian punk band or something. And flash forward, like I basically was like, I'm gonna own Joshua online. He can own Josh. That's fine. So
okay.
Since then, like my Google search results are still like, Joshua Kemble, I'm the first thing that comes up. Josh Kemble, there's like a stunt man apparently named Josh Kemble. I didn't know
is there?
And then there's a lead singer to like a Christian band named Josh Kemble. And I had all this like antipathy for the guy. And then later on when I became a Christian, it's like this lady messages me on Facebook and is like, it's so funny. My husband is named Josh Kemble and he has like the same politics and like the same opinions and like a lot of the same kind of stuff as you do. And I was like, So then I look into it and it's like, oh, this is like the wife of that guy, Josh Kemble. Turns out he's actually a pretty cool dude. And I was like, oh, that's so funny. But he's like really very like left leaning, very nice, like really cool, like accepting guy. And I was like, that was hilarious. It was just like full circle where it was like such a weird coincidence,
Yeah, that's funny. I know there's I stumbled across a beekeeper under the name of Philip Chandler. Exact same spelling.
Nice.
But he actually has a really interesting YouTube channel. Really nice. He's an older person. He's really seems like a super nice guy. And I've chatted a little bit just in the comments a little bit and talked.
Oh, cool.
But he's like, oh yeah, he's very, very friendly. So but he goes under his channel's name is just Philip Chandler. So I'm not too worried. This doesn't clash with mine in any way.
Yeah.
And I've kind of mentioned a couple of times about on my channel. Go check out Philip Chandler, the beekeeper. He's got a fun channel, actually. So
nice. Have you ever used that as like a pickup line or something? You're like, I'm a beekeeper.
No, I haven't done that.
I was kind of joking that, if I were still single, I would be using the stuntman thing for sure. I would be like, just look on IMDb, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you were in the Matrix." It's like, "Yep." You don't look the same. Yeah, I mean, I really work out.
The makeup.
Yeah, it's like I just hit the gym real hard before a movie. But yeah. Anyhow, yeah, it's an interesting thing, the name thing. The weird thing is I'm thinking about this dance studio now, and I'm like, why arts? God. Why not just call it dance?
I think, I can't remember, is it a dance studio or is it a live theater? Maybe I'll look it up real quick. Maybe it was, maybe I call it that, but it was, it may have just been, it may just be like a live theater, but they've had a couple of dance shows on it.
Oh, okay. Because
I thought at the time,
if it's Philip Chandler, why not just call it theater? Why do you have to drop the arts? You're
Well, I just call mine Phil Chandler Arts now. I kept the same, but no, so I wasn't going to lose.
You made the same compromise in reverse. Instead of the full, you did the.
Yeah, I just
shortened
the beginning because I wasn't going to try and fight with them.
I never thought of that. We both have names like in a similar way that have very easy shortenings.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I can.
Do you have a preference?
Just it's easy. Phil's short and easy. You can just call me Phil. I'm good with that.
Nice. Yeah, I tend to not really care. I just Joshua is like
Yeah.
just easier Google search. So it's part of why I go by Joshua.
Very good. Chandler Arts, Chandler Center for the Arts.
We're coming for you, Chandler Center of the Arts.
We are an innovative space for performing and visual arts in vibrant downtown Chandler, Arizona. Oh, geez. Okay, I thought for some reason it was.
If we have an art
like
meetup,
Ohio.
you know what? Like, some people in Arizona. If you need somebody to stop by the Chandler Arts thing and be like, drop the arts. It's like Gary and Scott. They're like, our buddy Philip doesn't want you using that hashtag anymore. It'd be a shame if nobody bought theater tickets.
Wouldn't want something to happen to this nice theater.
I still love that Python bit. That's still one of my favorite sketches of theirs is when the mobster is doing a shakedown of like a naval base.
Oh yeah,
it's like it'd be a shame if some of your tanks broke. It's so dumb.
They have John Cusack there performing an evening with John Cusack.
I am a big fan of John Cusack.
Well, he was in his.
I feel like of all the people on this earth, he's one of the coolest. I also really like High Fidelity was a great movie.
Do you know this one I don't think I've actually seen it. It's one of those that kind of escaped me. I've heard a lot of like positive things about it, but just it's one of those that for whatever reason I never.
Yeah, that's the movie
got around to watching. I should watch it.
That's sometime. The movie that made Jack Black like super big.
Oh, okay.
It was like one of his first roles, and I think he landed it because of Tenacious D. I think because Tenacious D had kind of like an indie following, you know.
Right. Yeah.
And he just kind of rocked it in that role. It was like one of his funniest. But it's also a really, it's Nick Hornby, the writer. So it's like, it's a really good, I mean, they adapted a bit, but it's got the appeal of like a Nick Hornby, thing. I like Nick Hornby a lot as a writer, actually.
Yeah.
Like About a Boy is really good.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not terribly familiar with. Okay.
But
I'm looking at their YouTube, their Instagram page now.
Oh, nice!
They're running Beauty and the Beast the musical. Yeah, they're running Beauty and the Beast the musical right now.
You need to like send them get some royalties for that.
I know.
People don't know.
But there's more than one? There's another one, Chandler Center for the Arts.
I wonder who this Chandler was. Maybe it's like a very wealthy Philip Chandler or something.
Maybe. It's not even Philip, it's just Chandler. Like there's no first name with it.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. That's why I did on mine. I decided to call mine Phil Chandler Arts. I was calling Chandler Arts I'd used for years. But since they had the same thing, I decided to go with Phil Chandler Arts. I thought, yeah.
Do you think you have like a long lost, like super wealthy relative who owns a bunch of
anything's possible.
That's the daydream, right?
I'm sure there's probably
the long lost relative who's super wealthy, and you never met, you never knew. You get a letter in the mail, and it's like, I'm leaving you my billions of dollars. Oh man, that sucks.
Yeah, I'm not counting on that, but
yeah.
But,
Really, you don't think that's a
there's-
good backup plan for my life? That's what I've been relying on this whole time. Yeah.
No, knowing my luck, I'm not. No.
Yeah,
But-
same here.
But do you know? Actually, one of my very good friend of mine I've known for a good 35 years, part of a little group from London, Ontario. His last name is also Chandler.
Oh,
Chris
nice.
Chandler. So, and his dad is very British. Like the name comes from England. It was my grandparents that came over from England when they were young. But in the case of my friend Chris, his dad came over and kind of just shortly after Chris was born. So he still has that very formal British sounding accent.
Oh, nice.
And yeah. But yeah, we've often kind of talked and wondered how far back the name connects. Because the name does come from southern England.
Yeah, what
in
is the
around London
origin
area.
of Chandler? Like, I wonder what
So-
it means, like what the original, because a lot of like
Yeah.
names have like weird meanings where it'll be like I think Kevin Cross was telling me that like it just comes from like a cross street. Like, and so people would just be like, oh, it's Kevin, he lives by the cross street, you know. Like,
Right.
it's
my
kind of funny.
dad was convinced that the name came from a chandelier maker.
Okay,
I don't
see
know
that.
where he got that information from or how, but he was convinced that was where the name Chandler came from. I don't know how much truth there is to that, but
Nice.
that's what he had believed. So
I know I forget the writer. There's this young adult writer. I think it's something Brown, or I can't remember. He does like a YouTube channel where he'll talk about
Okay.
like etymology of words and stuff like that.
right, yeah.
And he was doing a thing about names, and he got to Kemble, and I was like, that's hilarious. And he was talking about the etymology of it, and it literally means like guy with messed up teeth. I was like, what the heck? It's like all these other
What?
people, it's like noble is because they, you know, come from like a noble area or whatever. And it's like this because, you know, it's like
It's like,
you know,
oh, come on.
because the person was very handsome. And then it's like mine was like, I guess my family lineage has had messed up teeth like for a long time.
Like, oh.
I thought that was funny. Because there is definitely like a weird snaggletooth that runs in the family.
Oh,
Oh yeah. I keep looking at my son's teeth like, poor guy. He's gonna get it pretty bad. But it gives us personality and it makes us very British. You know?
That's true.
Just saying.
There's nothing more British than bad teeth.
It's true.
Actually, I'm overdue. I've got to actually get mine checked.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I've got to get mine now.
Yep.
We might
take care of those things, man.
Yeah. I had a really bad experience with a dentist when I was young, and and because of that, I was terrified of going back. And then after I left, like after 18, I think it's 18 or is it 20? I think it's after you leave home. I don't know. I could no longer be covered under my dad's plan anymore, under his work plan. And any job I ever worked didn't seem to have any decent dental plan.
So Canada
looked for
doesn't
years.
so dental's not covered on the.
It's not yet. We're almost there.
Oh wow.
It's going to be. Yeah.
That's really cool.
They now do. Is it? I think you can apply for it on the Government of Canada website if you have. Right now, they started with children, 18 and under. I think.
Oh,
and I think
wow.
each family will get $1,300 per year per child.
Okay.
That is set aside for dental, and now they're just starting seniors. And I'm not
Jeez.
quite there yet, so I'm right in that middle between the 18 to 65. But they say it's coming in the next year or so. It'll be coverage under to
Wow.
be included under our dental. So I've been pushing for that for years. So
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, again, like I'm in a country where we can't even get basic coverage, so it's like,
Oh,
so I very much admire Canada for that. I know it's not a
so
perfect system, but it's just funny to me that our
it's
country is so like partisan about that.
mm.
Very strange.
Because dental is so like it's part of your health. Like your
Yeah.
teeth can affect so many other things in your system, and I don't know how much people realize that. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
why I purposely, because of that bad experience, because dental was always so expensive, I really took care of my teeth.
Yeah.
I didn't see a dentist for like almost 30 years, but
Yeah.
man, I brushed 2-3 times a day. I got like expensive toothpastes. I cleaned my gums, everything. So finally, when I did break down and go back, they were like, "Your teeth are in surprisingly good shape for your age."
Nice.
I'm like, yeah, because I like I was terrified for the longest time. So yeah,
Yeah, I like that.
but yeah, it got to a point though where a lot of my old your fillings after a while will start expanding and they'll start cracking your teeth.
Oh, crazy.
And they have to be replaced. Yeah, so that's what was happening. My teeth, I was getting sore, and I thought I had maybe a cavity that was like out of control. And I thought I'm gonna have to have it checked. And I thought it was gonna have to be pulled. And when they went in and looked, and they were like, "No, just it's starting to crack." And they went in, removed the old filling,
Oh,
drilled it
interesting.
out, and just refilled it again. So
Crazy.
yeah, but they said, and it was only a couple of them. I got 3 of the originals still that are fine, but the
Yeah.
other three needed to be replaced. So
Yeah. That's kind of
yeah, something to
awesome.
something I guess it just comes as you get older. If you have fillings, you might have to have them replaced one day.
Yeah. The joys that we all have to look forward to.
Which is yeah.
Yeah. So back when before Louis C.K., was revealed to be kind of creepy.
Yeah.
He had a really good bit where it was like the difference between your 40s and before.
Oh,
And he
okay.
was like, he was saying basically like when you're, like in your 20s, you go to the doctor, your legs hurting or something like that. They're like, oh, okay, do this. It'll, everything will be good.
Be fine,
You're like,
yeah.
okay, cool. You're in your 30s, you go to the doctor, you're like, do this. Okay, I'll be good. And it's like, well, it'll take a while. It'll take a while.
You're right.
You're in your 40s and it's like, okay, so now you do this, and it's like, okay, and then I'm better. And it's like, no, you just do that now, and your back is just going to hurt for the rest of your life. And you're like, oh, like, but
This
it
is
doesn't
just to
just get better.
prevent
And they're
it.
like, no, it's
No.
just pain now. Good luck.
This is just to prevent it from slowing down and getting any worse. Yeah.
That's like, I think that's fairly true. Yeah.
I've actually been looking into something recently. I haven't kind of talked much about it because I'm still kind of trying to learn a little bit more about this. But
Okay.
I started been fascinated now with the science behind longevity, and some of the research is being done to lengthen not just the length of human life, but to lengthen the quality of our lives. And they're learning more and more about it, things that we can be doing that can improve our lives and give us longer lives. Like they're saying that technically we should be living into our hundreds, but something is causing the breakdown in our system that's shortening our life. But they think they can. I know they're figuring that they're sort of on the cusp of starting to learn some new things that could. That could lengthen our, if not lengthen the time, at least the quality of our lives, that you could be more vigorous and active in your 60s and 70s and not just feel like you're breaking down.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of fascinated with all of this lately.
Yeah, I think that is fascinating. It's one of the weirdest things I think in science is the whole entropy thing. Mm-hmm. It's just bizarre. It's like structures just break down from the beginning. And it's kind of a weird thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if they know why. That's
they
the thing
they
that's
don't
fascinating.
yet. Yeah, and they really don't yet. They're trying to figure that out. But
Yeah.
uh,
But you know what's sad
God.
to me is I think like this is why I'm into the idea. Like again, I don't know if there's a perfect way to do it, but I would love to see us try something like a UBI thing, because I feel like the downside is even if they get science there, I feel like that would be for like the extremely wealthiest people,
Mhm.
would live and have these beautiful lives into their elderly ages or whatever. And then the rest of us would be screwed, like,
Yeah,
because it's crazy. Like there's a
it's
lot of technology out there that can greatly improve people,
mhm.
but that we just can't afford. Like
We
there's
can't do it.
what's it called? The genetic thing. Forgetting what the term is for it. There's like a word for it, but it's basically like you can actually get injections of DNA to like help recover or heal.
Oh yeah.
And I'm
I've heard
forgetting
of that.
I'm forgetting
I
what it's called. Like it's there's like an actual term for like the DNA kind of technology or whatever for it.
I was just watching a video earlier this evening. There's a fellow named Lance Hitchings I've been following who's like 70 something, 74. He just did something where they did stem cell injections
Yeah,
to start. And this guy's 74 and he's in incredible shape. Like he's slowed down his rate of aging. He says through the work he's done, he's slowed it down so that he only ages about 3/4 of a year per year. And even though he's biologically he's 74, when they did the blood tests and everything, it's equaling to that of a person who is 61.
Yeah.
So what he has done over time, and he was talking about how some of the stuff that he does are things that just anyone can really do. Like a lot of it just comes down to getting proper exercise, getting enough sleep, just taking care of yourself, right? The foods that we eat, that's in our diet, but he's been doing this, he says, for about 10 years.
I heard something like avoiding comics was on his list too.
No, I didn't see that on his list.
It's like I found the secret to a long life. Do not make comic books.
Well, avoiding stress was on there, so I guess however you take that one. But
no, it's interesting. The last few times I've gone to the doctor, I feel like I'm pretty fortunate because, like, for some reason, like my BMI is really good, my heart's really good.
Oh, that's good.
And I think that's partially due to like the exercise thing that I've been doing pretty religiously for like the last like 3 years.
Yeah.
And it's not like a crazy exercise, but for my age, I guess I'm in a pretty good place. And I guess it's funny because I don't do a lot of exercise. I just do like free weights, like 30 sets of like tricep, bicep, and then like the push up of the 2 weights or whatever. So it gets like the chest. And then like aside from that, it's just like a mile rowing, like not that long,
Rowing, eh?
Yeah, rowing machine.
Interesting. Okay.
And I mean, again, that can all collapse pretty quickly, but yeah, so far I think that does make a big difference because like they usually will ask, especially when they check my heart, they'll be like, wow, you must like work out or something. And I'm like, I don't look like a guy who works out. So I think I think the reason they're saying that is just because the heart is in a really good shape,
Yeah. So. And it has a lot. It's not even just what people are seeing externally, but what's going on internally with your organs and with, your heart and your lungs. And, you're not a smoker. I don't know if you drink much at all, but all of those things can make a huge difference.
Yeah, and I think I drink like moderately, like I'll have a beer maybe once a week, Every once in a while I'll have a week where I have a beer a night for like a week, and then I'll forget to drink for like 4 months.
Right.
So I do enjoy a drink here or there, but I feel like this gets me into the whole I was watching some things about hang now I'm blanking out on what it's called. Determinism. I was watching
Okay.
a whole bunch of stuff on that because I find it really fascinating. And it's things like that that make me think there is some truth to like deterministic viewpoints philosophically, because it's like I've never had an issue with alcohol in my life, you know. I never had a point where I'd like wake up and be like, I need a drink, you know, like it's like it just never, that's just not in my bones. But I know some people who like, I mean, very quickly it became like that, you know, where it's like they need it all the time. And
I know people like that. It's
I
tragic
do too,
to
and I
watch
don't think we
sometimes.
did anything different, you know. Like that's the weird part. I don't know if I don't think I did anything magically different than they did. I think there's just something biological there, you know, where it's like it just, you know, smoking was like that for me when I was younger, you know. I got
Were you?
yeah, oh yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
I kind of vape now to avoid smoking cigarettes, but I used to smoke like a pack a day, which is why it's like so shocking to me when I go to the doctor and they're like, "Oh, you must work out. You're really healthy. Your BMI is really good. Like your lungs are good. Your heart's good." I'm like, "How?" You know.
Well, that's good that your body kind of repaired itself. That's really great. Because some people aren't that lucky.
It's an awful habit, you know.
It is. It's funny. I mean, I grew up with my folks and lived there up till I went to college when I was like 19, and my parents were both heavy smokers.
Oh wow!
And it's amazing that I never picked up on it. It used to gross me out. I sometimes just wanted to open the windows, and sometimes I went out just because I didn't want to be around the. It was hard to do that.
Well, especially the old days where, you know, people may not realize that, but like people, especially back in the day, used to smoke indoors all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah.
Folks so that gross ashtray smell, you know. That's the weirdest thing is like I used to chain smoke all the time, like not indoors. I never really was big on smoking indoors. But like like the smell, you just don't smell it after a while, or you smell it, but you just don't smell it like you smell it when you don't smoke. And it's like now, if I go by somebody who's smoking, it's like disgusting.
You notice
smelling. It's like the worst. And I'm like, how did I go on dates like smelling like that? Like it's just weird, you know. I still, you know, I have to admit, like I still, you know, enjoy the idea of smoking a cigarette. It's very enjoyable to me, you know. That's one of the reasons it was so hard to like get off of it, you know.
It is. There's a social aspect of it. I think that people are, because when I moved back to London after my dad passed away, I became good friends with a couple of my neighbors. Both of them, I don't leave the wrong impression. Both of these fellows were really great guys, and I got along with them super well and became really good friends with a couple of them. Both were smokers and alcoholics. One of them, the alcohol had completely stunted his life completely. And it was tragic to watch because he's like the nicest guy in the world. Amazing individual, actually, but it stunted his whole social life. The other fella who lived right next door to me, he was like this modern day hippie. He was hilarious, but he was more of a functioning alcoholic, I guess. Hope he never finds this. But he and he used to be very social. Like people would go over to his place all the time, and he'd like, Phil, we got some friends over. Come on over and have some drinks. They'd be drinking, and then people would be smoking, and it's just like you couldn't be in there after a while. But all these young people, it's just this thing. They drink and they smoke, and it becomes a sort of social aspect of their life, right?
Yeah.
And but it got a point. I was never much of a drinker. I'd have the odd drink with them, but I got to a point where it's like I wanted to really kind of look after my health. And decided I wasn't going to. I was going to stay away from alcohol. I didn't really need it. It wasn't that much of a thing in my life. I used to smoke weed. I never smoked cigarettes, but I did smoke a lot of weed. for a while. I was a little bit of a pothead for a few years, but that I'm
I
not
was
touching it
in my
anymore.
teenage years for sure.
It wasn't until later. It was my late 20s. My teenage years, I wasn't. But
It's so funny. I had a lot of friends in art school that were in their 20s who were like really into pot, and I had gotten that out of my system at like 16 and 17.
oh,
So by the time I went to art school, people be like, "You want to smoke some weed?" And I'm like, "No, I'm good."
no.
Like, but I do.
No.
I still enjoy drinking on occasion. I find it really fun. I think as long as you do things in moderation, you're okay. You know.
Yeah. If you're watching yourself, that's yeah. And
But I do think there's certain drinks like beer, for instance, which I absolutely adore. But man, beer will take a toll on your health, especially if you're not working out. Because if you're not working out and you're drinking beer, it's like you're just gonna put on pounds, and like, yeah, that's not really good for your kidneys.
So I couldn't figure out the one friend of mine who lived down the hall from me, Jay, nicest guy, and he this is the one who was just crippled by his alcoholism.
Yeah,
he's a very slim guy, but very at the same time in very good shape. Like he had weights in his apartment, he used to work out, and for his size, incredibly strong. I don't know where it came from. I used to say there was like 2 people inside of him. He used to like beat people twice his size in arm wrestling. I have no idea where it came from, but he was such a heavy drinker. And I'm like, dude, if you didn't drink and you worked out, you would be an absolute beast.
Yeah, you'd be like a Greek god or something.
And he knew that too. He kind of knew. He's like, yeah, like seriously though, man, like you are gifted. I don't know where this comes from out of you, but
I had some pretty serious alcoholic neighbors that I was friends with too, and it was kind of heartbreaking because they'd every once in a while have like a bender and like come by or something, and it was kind of sad. it was rough, you know, where you'd like you want the best room, like they're good people. They just it's weird too because I casually would drink, so like once in a while I would drink with them, and it was like the difference of like I'd have a beer or something, and then I'm like, okay, I'm good, you know. And they would just kill a 6-pack and then go to the store and get another. And you're like, oh my gosh, like, you know, and before you know it, they're getting like another. And it's like, oh my gosh, you drank like more, you know, you just can't stop, you know, it's very tough. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes me feel like determinism's true. Cause it's like, it just doesn't have that power over me.
What is if you want me asking, what is determinism then? I've heard it, but I'm not sure what it.
So, I mean, I think most people believe in some forms of determinism, but it's the idea that things are predetermined, that you have less choice than you think. And full determinists, like people who are like all out determinists, like actually believe you don't have free will, and your free will itself.
Okay.
Yeah. So like even your choices are actually predetermined. So like while you're on the freeway, there's like a philosophical argument for it. And I've been kind of reading on it. So I don't really fully, like I won't defend it very well.
It's like predestination in a way kind of thing, or that gets into more religious.
It's very much the predestination kind of conversation, but it's in philosophy with just in philosophy in general. Like part of what makes people think it might be real in science, at least, is just the idea that a lot of people think the past has actually been kind of written. So the idea of even like time traveling to the past is kind of an absurdity. And so the weird thing is the second you've made a choice, it's kind of the only choice that could have been made. And it's kind of a weird thing where, anyhow, there's some indicators that we have less choice over our actions than we think.
I actually thought when you said determinism, I thought it was going to be the opposite, actually, that despite what something should be, you can be determined enough to change the outcome in it.
Yeah. And it's a weird thing because it's a dangerous philosophy in the sense that if somebody, you know, like I think even people who are like full out determinists and think everything is kind of pre-written, you still, for society to function, have to kind of function as if people have choice. Right. But it is interesting when you start thinking about it, like how much, like somebody's on a freeway, they feel like they're making a choice to change lanes. How much did that have to do with like where you grew up, like what you ate for breakfast that morning, like, the fly that landed on the like dashboard, like there's all these different like weird things that can actually cause a decision that like anyone in that car would make the same lane change you would make. It's kind of a weird thing, but it's like you could still feel like you're making like a free choice when really you're just making the only choice there is.
Right.
Which is like a really disturbing, but I find it interesting because I kind of don't know where I land on it. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Because I think there are definitely, I would definitely make the argument that there are a lot of things in my life that have felt like choice that when I think back, like the alcoholism thing is a good example. I feel like I've made fairly reasonable choices with that, but not really that different from friends of mine who got like way into alcohol, And so it's like, I don't know. I did like that. I can't really say was like, oh, it was just my good conduct or whatever, I don't know if that makes sense.
I was just looking at Vic. Vic left a couple of comments. I was just reading there. You guys know my stance pretty much fully against drinking. Well, at least against me drinking. Determinism running society would eliminate a judicial system.
Yep. And it would be a pretty dangerous society, right? Because like, we have to kind of pretend that like no matter where you fall on the spectrum, even if you thought that everything was predetermined, I think for a society to function, you kind of have to pretend that we do have free will. But it is interesting when you start looking into it, like there are a lot of things where we feel like we're free and we're not, it's kind of an interesting thing,
This might be kind of a bad example. Where I have this kind of thing keeps coming to mind. My mother, when she was diagnosed with cancer, they gave her a year or less to live. And they said chemotherapy, it's pointless to do chemotherapy. You can try it if you like, but it's not, the cancer is spreading too much.
Okay, it was already passed. Yeah.
And my mother said, let's try it. She was also given, her sister recommended this type of cancer fighting tea. It's called Essiac. You can still find it, actually. She took that every night. She cut back during smoking and then eventually quit. But she lived another 7 years. I think she just was quietly determined to not just live out another year, and that would be it. She was going to fight to some degree. She was never a very vocal person about it. She never really talked about it, but I think I kind of knew that no, she was going to try the chemotherapy. She was going to try it. It was a tough 7 years for sure, but she got another 7 years of life.
Yeah.
And so
that's bizarre too. Like there's definitely an effect of willpower when it comes to survival. There's a effect of faith too, and not just like my faith, but like faith in general has like a positive effect on people healing in a weird way. Not faith healing, but just the belief. There is something weird about mindfulness and health for sure. There's definitely a connection there. And like, again, I don't know where I fall on the determinism spectrum. I guess the determinist thing would be, yes, like the willpower extended the life, but the willpower is due to the genetics and the life and the experiences and stuff like that. It's like, it's a rough road to go down. I've gone down it a couple times just listening to determinists talk about stuff. And I find it kind of compelling, but I don't think I believe in it. Like I definitely believe in the idea of people having choice and agency,
I would agree. Yeah, I'm not sure I would be sold on it.
Yeah. And I think there are some times where you don't have choice and agency, but it's still important to think you have choice and agency, I think, because it's like, otherwise, it's just despair. And I don't think it really benefits anyone, I don't know. Yeah.
Vic says, I don't have a choice but to murk the guy. Phil's mom was a sweet lady. She's a very private person, but she really
Sounds like
was
a
very sweet person.
brave woman too.
Yeah, she was. She
Right.
was never. She was very. Your business was your business kind of thing. She was very much like that. Like she didn't. Not to say she was antisocial. She wasn't.
Yeah.
She had a hard time being social, but so she kept to herself a lot. But though she wasn't going to give up.
Yeah.
So I knew that. Yeah.
That's awesome.
I
mean, it's unfortunate that happened, but it's awesome that she got extra time. You know?
She did get more time. Yeah. It was the last year was really tough on her, unfortunately. But yeah, even when I got the call that she was going to the hospital, like they said, she's going in and out of consciousness. She's not going to make it the night, and she still went another week.
It's amazing.
Vic says, "Oh, like belief acting as a placebo effect."
Wait, is he talking about the? Oh, I thought he said the leaf. I was like, are you talking? I was thinking about that. What is that classic story about the painter painting the leaf so the person will survive longer?
Oh,
anyhow, can't remember what that was.
I don't know that one. Oh,
it's the same set of stories. It's like a classic kind of play thing where I think it's an O. Henry Christmas or something, where it's like the story about the guy who goes out to buy his wife like this expensive hairpin for her hair, because like her favorite thing is her hair. And so what he does is he sells his most treasured watch, because they're both broke, so that he can get her this Christmas present of the hairpin. And meanwhile, his wife goes out and sells her hair and cuts her hair short so that she can buy him a watch chain for his beloved watch.
Right.
Anyhow, it's that same set of stories, but one of them is about a woman who's sick and convinced that the second the last leaf from the tree falls, she's going to pass away. So the person, like one of their relatives, basically tells a painter, and the painter ends up staying out in the freezing cold and until he paints like such a realistic picture of that leaf and that tree that she thinks the leaf has never fallen. And so that's, and I think the painter dies or something. It's anyhow, that's what I thought he was talking about, but it wasn't leaves. He was talking about belief acts as a placebo effect. For sure it does. It's like belief, there's a whole science to it, like in the sense of like, at least mindfulness, like, athletes who go into like a race thinking that it's possible and believing in what they're doing do better, than if you're just going into a race and you're like, I'm going to lose. Like, same with a fight. Yes. It's part of why in boxing, there's all that crap talk at the beginning, because if you're psyched out, you're not going to fight as well. Right.
Right. Yeah.
The power of the mind is really fascinating.
It really is. I'm learning more and more about that. I'm believing it over my life from what I've seen. But
have you ever done those like exercises, like the relaxation exercises where you like close your eyes and do deep breathing, like guided kind of meditation kind of stuff?
I haven't yet, but I've often thought about it. Yeah, I kind of would like to try that.
It's kind of interesting. The only thing is like the belief thing, right? Mm-hmm. Where when you do them, it's almost like a hypnosis thing. It's not real hypnosis, but it's similar to hypnosis where you have to kind of go into it believing it's going to work. And if you believe it's going to work, then, and you go with it and kind of follow the instructions and let your mind wander a bit, it's really relaxing. Very strange.
I would be willing to try it for sure.
Yeah. They have like just YouTube videos that you could look up where it's just like mindfulness, breathing or calming breathing exercises or something. It's really interesting. It's kind of fascinating because they usually just have you kind of use your imagination. And again, your imagination is pretty powerful. It's kind of cool. Yeah.
Vic was saying we got to get Phil on more of Josh's streams just to read the chats.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I have been missing a lot of the chats. Well, it's partially because like right now I'm just under the gun trying to get this page done.
Yeah.
So I've been like in the zone.
I was
and I've
giving
been
you
enjoying the conversation. So.
I was kind of really giving you a hard time the one night. And I don't think you picked up on it, but it was a night you couldn't remember the name of the CN Tower. And we were all punching it in. We said about 20 times CN Tower, but then you look down and only read the bottom part of the chat, completely missing. And you were still asking about what the name was, and everybody's going, it's the CN Tower. I even made a joke that says, gee, Josh, it's too bad you didn't knew somebody who lived near Toronto who knew the name of it. And you read that. And I'm like, yeah, geez. I'm like, oh my God, Josh. So, that's why I posted like a dozen times. If you look at the window, I can see the CN Tower.
How do you know that wasn't just a tactic to get more engagement?
I crossed my mind.
CN Tower. I'm like, I don't know what this is. No, I'm just kidding. I actually probably just missed it that night. That's hilarious though.
But because a bunch of us said it over and over again, you were completely missing it.
That's so funny. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. I remember specifically forgetting the name of that too. Because I was like, what's the name of that tower? It's kind of like the Space Needle and Seattle. Yeah. I think I went for a while, so I could see where that would be a little
over and over, like in caps. It's the CN Tower, Josh. It's the CN Tower. I think it was finally Chris's you read. I think you finally read Chris Runciman's. It was like CN Tower. That's it.
That's so funny. It is kind of awful that I'm such a like stereotypical American with that kind of stuff. Where I'm like, what is that Arc de? Oh, there's something in France. It's the Arc de and it's like, you know, everybody in France is like the Arc de Triomphe. What are you talking about? Like, I've become that. I've become Death Destroyer of Worlds.
I think the CN Tower, I think most people, it's more of a Canadian thing that we're familiar with it. Because CN, I don't even think CN even exists anymore, I think. But it's just called that now. They never changed the name of it. So
what was CN? Was that like a station?
Canadian National. Yeah, there was like CN Rail, CN Tower. It was just a big, to be honest, I probably have to look that up again. It was
like multinational.
Yeah.
Kind of like Willis Tower or something. Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, but
I think it's funny that the Sears Tower is now called the Willis Tower.
Oh, is it? I didn't even know that. I was still calling it Sears Tower. I figured.
And every time I hear it, I keep thinking. I mean, what do you think of when you hear Willis?
I think of different strokes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like, what you talking about, Willis? You know. Anyhow.
It's like Vic says he finished up his page 10 minutes ago.
Good job, Vic. I am very close. I'm going to probably take a break for a second, though. Okay. Philip, are you still hanging?
Yeah, I can. I'll be awake for a little while. I'm kind of behind on this. I figured, it's 3:00. Yeah, I'll probably still work for a little bit longer.
Okay, I appreciate it. So
unless you want to boot me out at some point,
no, not at all. I got 2 panels left to do. Did I show you Frank Salazar on this panel?
Oh yeah, you did say you hid Captain Goggles in there.
He's right there.
This is the fact we all thought different strokes. And laughs.
Look at that. Look at that Captain Goggles right there.
It sort of fits in the drawing, though. It's just this weird character with these things on his head.
I'm hoping my publisher won't notice it. That's the thing. I might have to remove the goggles, but yeah.
It just looks like glasses, though. That's
yeah.
The goggles on the head.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Okay, I'll be right back. Do you mind if I play a trailer real quick?
Oh no, go ahead.
Okay, so let's play. You know what? We had him on earlier, so let's play Christopher Runciman's little review thing. Yeah. Awesome. Here it is.
Hi, my name's Chris, and I like comics. I want to talk about this comic for a second here. I just got this in. I ordered it direct from my local comic shop through Diamond Distributing. It's Joshua Kemble's Jacob's Apartment. I really enjoyed this book. there's all kinds of comics out there. Let's be honest. There's fun comics. There's superhero comics. There's young adult comics. There's adventure comics for kids. There's so many different things on the planet. But there's also an entire subgenre of alternative books. Real life, real world depictions in comic book form. Situations that happen to each and every one of us. And this is a fine example of that. If you get a chance, order this book from your local comic shop. You won't be disappointed. I can't sing its praises high enough. Okay? Check it out. Jacob's Apartment by Joshua Kemble.
Do it. Do it now. Order the book. Hurry. Shut. Scale and rotate. If you mess up, it's rage baiting to help growth.
All right, how's it going?
Okay, so far.
How's everybody doing? Looks like we got 5 people watching.
Oh, is there that many? Oh.
Yeah, they're lurking. They're lurking. Let's see
up.
here. It's always weird to me that I love the Night Gang. I feel like Night Gang for life.
Yeah, that's such an artist thing, isn't it?
It's awful. I'm supposed to be kind of like switching to a more day schedule, but it's like the productivity like flies. This page is coming out okay though. Digging it.
You know, if it wasn't for my job, I would probably start trying to shift back to being a morning person again.
Yeah.
And, but it's only because my job on Thursdays and Friday nights are till 12:30.
Oh wow.
I get home at about and I fortunately only live 10-minute walk down the road. And I walk home and I'm home about 12:45, but I'm wide awake, like, and I'm craving like a cup of tea and I want to snack on something, and I'm ready to like work. I don't want to go to bed. I feel like I've just worked this job for 6.5 hours. I'd kind of like to do something creative and get this out of my system, work on something or watch something or do whatever, but I need to do something.
Yeah.
I can't just, and I'm wound up. I'm awake because I've just been usually going right till 12:30. I'm pushing an auto scrubber. So I'm doing something physical, and I walk home and now I'm awake. So now I'm awake till like 2 or 3 a.m., but it just takes like 1 or 2 days a week like that. And your whole schedule is affixed on that, and you can't get out of that. It's frustrating as all get, but
it's also like, I don't know, for me, I would blame it on having worked graveyard shifts when I was younger. Because I used to, for like 3 or 4 years, I worked graveyard shifts at like a mini mart, you know?
Yeah. Like
an AM PM. And which is like a BP, I guess, like to everybody else. But for some reason in California, AM/PM changed their name to BP for like a week, and people stopped buying it because they were like, "I'm not buying British Petroleum." Like, I thought that was hilarious. I didn't know this, so like AM/PM is really just BP, but they just, you know, they still go by like Mobile or AM/PM.
Okay,
which is hilarious to me.
BP, but yeah, it was the same here. I did security, and it messed my system up on doing night security.
But I kind of feel like I was a bit of a night owl before doing those gigs, because like I've just always been like unable to sleep and plagued with like ideas, and I get like ideas and inspiration. Or if I can't sleep, I just feel like always like I kind of feel like, well, I'm either gonna lay here and like feel paranoid and like think about a bunch of stuff, or I'm gonna like be working, you know, like it's like, and so I just work, but then it kind of throws off my schedule for sure. And it's funny, like even trying to get on a normal schedule, it's interesting. Security sounds like a interesting gig.
Oh, I hated it.
Yeah.
Oh, I never should have done that. I spent 5 years of my life, and it was like 5 years too long. It was just supposed to be a short-time job to make a little bit of extra money.
Yeah.
You go through this long training stuff, and they put me on this site where you were just, it was you're a concierge security is what I did, and people treat you like crap.
Yeah.
Like oh, if you try and enforce the rules with somebody, they get mad at you. But if they see somebody else breaking the rules and you're not doing something fast enough, they get mad at you. They get mad at you for everything.
Because you're
And
the
it's just,
authority figure. So they're just like, this guy.
Yeah. Little old ladies want to come up and scream at you and just, I'd never again. And I just come home and I just, head would hurt and I'd stressed out. It was awful.
Nice.
You tried
Nick was
boiling.
saying, I'm a teen, so night out is normal. He said, I'm thinking about moonlighting as a third shift hotel front desk person. Hotel gigs aren't too bad, but keep in mind, hotel clients, man, they run the gamut. Like I've had a few friends who worked in hotels, and it can be pretty rough.
Yeah,
very much the kind of thing you just heard, from Philip, where it's like you have. I used to work. There was a call center I worked for when I was working on my BFA or whatever, where it was like for Starwood Hotels.
Okay.
And they used to own like the Westin, the Sheraton, the St. Regis.
One of the big names, yeah.
And so it was like the call center for like the whole world. And it was like located in the Antelope Valley. and so like you'd work these like night shifts and there's somebody calling you from like Cleveland or Paris and they're at the hotel and they're pissed that their reservations aren't there. And you're like, dude, they're like, come down here and solve this. And you're like, you're not allowed to reveal that you're not on site unless they ask.
Right.
So it's like this weird thing where you're just like, dealing with people like who are either really angry or you're getting them really cool deals for like, nice hotels or something. But even then, like they'd think you were like scamming them, because you'd be like, you should probably like, if you think this is a good deal, you should book it now. Right. And then they'd like be like, sure. Yeah. And then they call back like a week later or like an hour later and be like, okay, I'm going to book that hotel. And you're like, yeah, we can't get you that rate. It's like, what? And it's like, no, we weren't kidding. Like, it's a really good deal.
Yeah, you left it.
Yeah, you left it. And it was a rough position because they always felt like you were like doing some sales scammy thing. And it's like, no, I just ran a bunch of promos that don't exist anymore, to get you a good rate. So, but that was a fun gig because you could read books. I liked that about that job where I read a lot of books. Like between calls,
That's kind of nice that you can do that. Yeah.
Back then, yeah, it was fun. And also it had base pay, so it wasn't just commission. So it was like phone sales, but like they call you, and that wasn't too bad. I once can't remember, there's an actress who did like a voice for I think Godfather 3 or something, and her voice like sounded really familiar.
Oh.
And I was like, this is weird. And then she's like, oh, yeah, like a lot of people recognize my voice from Godfather 3. And I was like, oh.
So she's an actress who was in that. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Neat. Yeah. I
didn't have the heart to tell her that's the worst Godfather movie.
Yeah. We just won't. Vic says third shift, it's usually just truckers and they're usually chill.
Okay.
If you're not having any problems with them, then
yeah. Truckers can be really cool. It just depends. Because they can also be pumped full of amphetamines.
Oh.
It just depends, like, what kind of truckers. Are you talking, like, long-range truckers that are going from, like, interstate truckers? I feel like I've considered if I would love to at some. I never want to drive a semi truck for a living. That sounds like a nightmare. I've had a few people I know do that, and it's rough on the
I couldn't be a truck driver.
yeah, because it's like talk about like lack of sleep, like,
Oh,
and then having to
no.
like drive this insane thing like super safely
Mhm.
in like at a speedy way, where it's like I don't know, but at some point in my life, I would like to drive a semi truck just for
Just to
like a
try
day.
it. Yeah.
Just for a day, it would be fun. And listen to like all the trucker rock you can think of. You know what I'm saying?
Trucker rock.
Yeah, like I feel like there's some songs that just you should be driving a semi truck when you're listening to them. Like Barracuda would be a song that
Oh,
I feel
okay.
like, right? I feel like that just that kind of those songs that have the like jun chicka jun chicka jun chicka jun. It's like, okay, I need to be driving a truck to this song. Pull the horn,
Right.
I don't know. That's what I view
I
as truck driving songs.
all I can think of was Convoy for some reason. I get stuck. Well, Vic said something about. He said earlier for sleeping, you tried boiling lettuce, taking out the lettuce and drinking it once it cools because that supposedly knocks you the f out.
Boiling lettuce?
Boiling lettuce does not sound appealing.
It sounds really gross, man.
Gross.
I mean,
I think I'll stick with some sleeping pills.
Yeah. I've never gotten into the sleeping pills stuff. Because I had a few friends who did them, and then like it almost became like a self-fulfilling prophecy where then they needed the sleeping pills every night to sleep.
I did it for a little while, and then I was kind of worried about that, so I stopped after a while because I didn't want my system to become dependent on it. But when I was doing security, I kind of needed something. It was melatonin, I think I was taking. So
okay. Well, that's one of the things that's crazy about night shifts is you don't realize like how much daylight like affects your well-being until you work like night shifts, and then you start it's like a very strange existence, the late night stuff, because it starts kind of messing with your head a little bit too. At least
it definitely does. Yeah.
Because like you said, there's like you get off work or whatever, you're like, okay, now I want to go like get food at a restaurant or something. Everything's closed. You want to call a friend, nobody's awake. It's like it's very strange, Yeah. But so you weren't like a late night person your whole life then?
No, it's been back and forth because when I went to college, I was very much a morning person because our classes started early, and I used to like going in extra early because the cafeteria had these like really good muffins. So I'd come in and get a coffee and a muffin, and it was my thing to like leave at like 5 a.m. and
nice
get there super early. So yeah, for my college days, etc., I was an early.
That's so crazy. Everyone I knew in college, we were all pulling like multiple all-nighters like all the time. Like,
I think I may have done that a couple of times where it got down to crunch time and I had to finish a project maybe. But yeah, I was my system though was on an early. Yeah, I was on this early set, and then what was I doing when I got out? I know, because that was when I started I was doing the video store. I worked at a video rental store, and that was a midnight shift they needed, so I ended up doing the midnight shift.
What was that like, working midnight shift at a video store?
It was really quiet. It would be busy at the beginning part of the shift because people were getting off work on their late shift and they'd want to come get a movie, and then it'd be really quiet overnight. You might get the odd person drifting in, and then you'd get the morning is when people would start dropping stuff off on their way to work. They'd be throwing it in the return box. And you get a few people coming in who'd want to get their movie. Some of them would be coming off a night shift in the morning, and they'd come in and rent something. So yeah, right at the beginning of the shift and right at the end of the shift is when you get most of the people coming in.
Yeah, that makes sense. Interesting. I always thought back when there were video stores, I always thought that would be a really fun job.
It wasn't bad. I mean, but
I felt like all the cool
eventually-
kids for some reason worked at video stores.
There was a Canadian. I worked at both of them because I did work at a Blockbuster, and there was also a Canadian, a very popular Canadian chain called Jumbo Video that was really popular. Like it was in Canada. It was more popular than Blockbuster.
Huh.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I like Jumbo, but it was. I mean, it was the. I mean, I wanted to work there because I thought it would be fun at a movie place to rent movies, and in the end, it still ends up just being work, right?
Yeah, everything does,
So,
right?
Yeah, and because I worked at both, I did both Jumbo. I worked at 2 separate Jumbos and 2 separate Blockbusters, and I mean, the nice thing was you got your movies for free. You could see, could pick up rentals and get to take them for free, so that was nice. But there wasn't like any kind of. You still needed to vacuum the floor, clean it. You still needed to make sure the popcorn machine was full, and you had to just stand at the counter and rent things through. And
I hate popcorn machines. I used to work
they're
concession
messy.
at a movie theater, so I hate popcorn machines because I've seen. I love movie theater popcorn again, finally, but it's like it took me years after working at a movie theater to ever try popcorn. You know,
I think Vic is out. He says, "I gotta sleep. I need to readjust my sleep schedule for school starting." So
nice. Have a good one, Vic.
So cheers, Vic. We'll talk again soon.
Yeah, Vic showed me his page on Instagram Messenger. So
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Nice work.
I didn't see your page, Vic.
Yeah, you gotta send it to Philip too.
I'll get it. Send it to me.
You should send him like a passive aggressive message. Be like, "What's up? How come I didn't get a page?"
Josh apparently says he got to see.
Yeah. I think it's cool that Vic does art like so kind of adamantly. You know, it's kind of cool.
I think if he keeps it up, I don't know if he's still there, but yeah, if he keeps it up, I think he's going to be pretty good at it.
Yeah.
I know his stuff's still kind of rough at the moment, but he is young and he's still in high school. And I think if he keeps, once he starts learning a little bit of anatomy and if he can get in some like good life drawing classes and that eventually, I think he's going to be really good at it.
Oh yeah. Especially if he keeps at it.
Got a future in it.
Don't let the bastards get you down, Vic. Like when you start going to art school, don't let them convince you to stop doing comics. Keep doing your comics. Yeah.
Do good. I often question if I should have done animation or not because school I went to, Sheridan College, had a really good because I could have done animation or could have done not art fundamentals. Art fundamentals was the introduction. There was, what was it called? Illustration. It was, but they had another good art program.
Yeah.
That was, and I know a lot of people who went through that and still became cartoonists. Who went through it to become, who became caricature artists and did cartoons, comics, all that kind of thing, and really learned like a lot of really good art schools. Where what I did, what I went through with, it was geared towards film and getting you in a studio.
Yeah,
they really push it to getting it. So I feel like I kind of missed out on some. I would like to have spent more time learning more about color theory.
Yeah,
and learning more about some of the actual gritty art stuff because. Even in drawing, like when you animate, you're working in line. We're not doing a lot with shading. And that kind of you had to learn to make something 3-dimensional with just line work. So it was very narrow field. I still enjoyed it. But it was I don't know. Part of me feels like I missed a bit of training that I would have liked to have gotten more under my belt. But
Well, I'm always going to be really biased towards illustration because that was my major. So it's like,
Yeah,
I really, I love I feel like the school I went to was really cool because it was really focused, kind of unique in the sense that they really focused on a broad art education outside of just your specialty before you specialize. And so I had to have like a bunch of fundamental classes first, like 3D design, 2D design, typography. We had to like learn watercolors. We had to learn all these different things, life painting, life drawing, and, like art history, like a bunch of stuff that was like outside of the major before you got into the serious focus.
Yep.
And I feel like that really did give a lot of nice things that I didn't appreciate at the time because I just wanted to get in the illustration stuff.
Yeah.
But it's like
I get
having
that.
a type class really helps because now I can do, pretty good type, and having color theory helped because now I can do color theory. And like, it's like, so there's some stuff that like I kind of took for granted at the time and then I later appreciated, and yeah, so I would agree with that. Like, but at the same time, I also think with animation, there's definitely a focus on drawing that I think is pretty insanely important for cartooning and quick drawing, which is I think really a good valuable skill. So
we had a few different kinds of we had a couple of different kinds of life drawing classes because we did have the kind of the standard life drawing class. We had the model come in, and we did the gestures, the 30-second, the 1 minute, 5-minute gestures, and then a one longer study of a half hour, an hour of the model. Right, that's the typical kind of life drawing class. And we did have those once or twice a week. We also had another class. Sounds bizarre, but we had to do this for animation though. They would have a model come in, but this was more for cartoon drawing. So we would get like a model sheet of, say, like Mickey Mouse or Bugs Bunny. And we had to learn that the model sheet would only show so much. It would show the construction of the character, how many heads high it was, and thickness of the limbs and everything. So the model would take a weird pose, and he says, you've got to now take that character and put it in that pose, but keep the proportions of that character. And that was trickier than it sounds, because you start making the arms too long. You realize that, like Mickey Mouse, he can't bend his arms are pretty short. Well, I says, well, where do you think the hand would go? And you've got to figure that out. How close can you get that character to getting in that pose, but keeping it on a model? It was tricky, and that was. But yeah, we did.
That sounds incredible. Were you allowed to look at the model sheet while you were doing this?
Oh yeah, we had them actually stuck right up on the thing.
Because I was like, if you had to just memorize it, I'm like, I would be torched in that class. Because I've had to draw on model before. It's definitely not something I'm great at. I can do it, but I hate it.
I think I didn't mind. I think once I understood it, then it's easier to. But no, you could. Yeah, you have even in studios, like once they did have a character design, that's why they have them pinned up at their desk, and they have 3D models or sculpts built of it so that they can turn it. And yeah.
Well, and it depends on how rigid the style guide is too. Like, like for me, I remember a long time ago, I showed my comics to Bongo. Because I had a friend who was a colorist for them.
Bongo. Oh, the
like the Simpsons.
Okay. Yeah.
And yeah, like my buddy Rick, who's like he teaches at Cal State Long Beach now, but he used to work in house as like a colorist for them. And it was like one of his early jobs. And so I was like, I had heard like the color pay was okay, and I was like, okay, this is like, I don't know, like 20 years ago now.
Right. Yeah.
But I showed them my stuff, and I was surprised because they were actually like really interested in having me do a packet for working for them.
Oh, right.
And I was like, and I had no Simpsons characters in my portfolio, and they told me, something that stuck with me for a long time because they were like, but what you do have is sequential work where you can draw characters and environments and do it consistently.
Mhm.
And they're like, that's what we're kind of interested in, you know?
Sure. Yeah, that
Because
makes
they're like,
sense.
we get so many people who just come up to us and go, here's my drawing of Bart Simpson. And it's like, yeah, but can
Yeah.
you draw a building? Can you draw, you know, like a toaster? Can you draw a
Exactly.
toaster 4 times in a room that you have to redraw from different angles
Yep.
and stuff like that?
Exactly.
So they were really interested and encouraging. And then I remember looking through this Bible of a style guide and realizing I would rather do accounting than work there.
Oh, is that right?
Because their style guide is notorious in the industry for being like one of the most difficult style guides, which is hilarious because it doesn't look
Really?
super difficult. But it's like, it's also kind of a crazy style guide where it's like, you know, the 3/4 head turn, it's like there's 3 eyeball dots width. The 2/4, there's 1 eyeball dot. It's like this, it gets
Mhm.
down to like these insane details, like very small details that I've never seen in a style guide since that was like that meticulous.
So I would have been
I had to
fascinated
do
by
stuff
that.
for
I'd have
Barbie a
totally
long
been.
time ago that was
Is
like
that right?
Mattel. Yeah, it was
Okay.
like, it was just some spec work kind of stuff. Not spec work, but what do you
Mhm.
call it when it's like work you wouldn't put in your portfolio?
Oh, okay. I know what you mean.
It was just like,
Yeah.
you know, poses of Barbie or whatever. And it's
Right.
mostly using pre-existing assets and then building new poses, but they're, you know, and that was a really rigid style guide, but it was actually less crazy than the Simpsons one. Now it would be fun to do the Simpsons if like you had some stylistic freedom, but that's why if I ever worked in animation, I'd probably only do okay in like a story department or a character department. You know what I mean?
Oh, character designing?
Yeah, character
Okay.
designing or like a
Character
story
designing.
department, you know. I think that would be the only 2 I could really do.
Storyboarding is fun. I would like to have done more with storyboarding.
Yeah.
Character designing would drive you mad because working with, and I haven't done character designing, and because I thought about doing it. A lot of young people said I want to try character designing until they hear people who have done it.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit frightening because you'll get somebody who is one of the writers who is not an artist, and they'll be like, yeah, I have this idea for like a clown, but it's not a clown, but kind of a clown. And you do these drawings and you'll be like, yeah, kind of some of this, but some of this. And you're like, that's kind of impossible. Well, you're the artist. You make
You're
it
the
happen.
hand. Yeah.
I'm like,
yeah.
oh my God. Yeah. And you would do something that's like, okay, you do something structural. So I was like, okay, this is going to be an animation. This is going to be a style. Has to be like this to move. And they'll be looking, can you change this? Can you put the hand over here? And you're like, no, it's not going to work. And you try and explain that it's not going to work. The character physically will not animate properly or work properly if you do. But they want this vision that they can't.
Yeah.
They sort of have a vision that they can't sort out in their head, and you're like trying to explain it to them. Oh, this is character designing. Sometimes for them can be just this massive headache.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
the
think that
problem
would drive me crazy.
Yeah, commercial art in general can be like that, where you can kind of be working for people who, you know, aren't really going to be able to visualize, you know? And so you have to just show them why they're wrong or show them why they're right. But it's like quite often you just have to show it. And then they're like, oh, that doesn't really work. And you're like, yeah, I know.
Like, say.
Yeah.
It's when you get them and they think that just because you're an artist, you can magically make anything work. And you're like, no, I'm trying to tell you, this is what my training has taught me, that this will not work.
Respecting artists for their training, though, that's insanity. What are you talking about?
I know.
We don't need training. We just have fun. We're just overpaid fun people.
Even caricatures was like that. The parent would want something in the drawing, and I'm like, you want what? Philip,
how would you have reacted if like you sent me that caricature that you did of me and I was like, that's okay, but could you like fix the and it just starts becoming this critique?
I was like, look, I did it for free then.
Yeah.
We don't always do that.
Oh, 100%.
But-
No, it was one of the most
yeah.
flattering things on earth, but I just thought that would
Oh.
be really audacious and ridiculous where somebody gifts you a drawing and you're like, yeah, could you change the eye? It's a little, and the nose is a little,
My nose is too big.
could you just make it pop? And it's like, what do you mean make it pop?
That's the best. That's got to be the best line. Just make
So
it
are you
pop.
talking about the values? They're not working? No, just make it pop. Okay, you want like complementary colors? So they like, no, make it pop. Okay, well, thicker lines? Make it pop. Okay, I'm just going to try
No
something.
idea.
We'll see. Or you want to just kind of like redo the image and make it look like a bad pop art from the 1970s.
Yeah.
You're like, I made it pop. Or you just make it like a soda
Make it-
can.
Just soda
label.
pop. You're trying to be funny.
Actually, I wonder if that would sell really well if we made a soda pop that's called Make It, and then it could be called Make It Pop, and like artists could have it at their desk for when somebody says Make It Pop, and you could like pull the soda like, da. You know, it'd be like the double mint gum commercials or whatever, where like every time somebody says "make it pop," you just give them a product placement. Oh my goodness, we're well past the 3-hour mark, which means
Has it been 3 hours? Okay.
yeah, it means I have to get some water and step up for a second so that my back doesn't die. So I'm gonna put on a trailer. Which trailer will we put on?
I think I'm kinda almost done this that I'm doing.
Okay, we'll put on the Jacob's apartment trailer. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right.
Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can we these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams.
Whoops.
That did kind of a weird transition. Okay, I think we're good. So I was gonna say, you mentioned on your stream that you used to. Why is Adobe Installer happening? I hate the cloud so much, dude. I hate it so much.
I'm dropping Adobe pretty soon, the end of next month.
I mean, I like it. I like Adobe, but the cloud thing. Is this going to do an update now? Okay, I might have to close out my. Because it's saying downloading Creative Cloud Desktop. Why are you doing that? Hopefully, I can save what I'm working on. So, anyhow, you mentioned on your stream that you used to play. Or actually, I think the last time we hung out or something, you were mentioning that you used to play the Hammond organ.
Oh yeah, when I for somewhere in the late 70s, around 78, for Christmas, my folks got a I forget if it was Lowry or Hammond, but it was a home organ that was, you get the 2 rows of keyboards, a set of 8 pedals, buttons that would make different, it was supposed to be trumpet and trombone and clarinet, and it never really sounded like any of them, but it had a little drum section on it. And yeah, we got one of those, and my folks thought, like, see if I would take lessons, and yeah, so I think for a good 10 years or more, I every Saturday I took lessons for an hour.
Nice.
For years, yeah. And it's
So
a
you
shame that
started
after
with like Traffic Cop and worked your way up.
the
Sorry,
Traffic Cop.
Yeah, my sisters took piano lessons, and there was like a basic piano song called like Traffic Cop. It's like one of the first songs you learn
Oh,
in piano.
oh, okay.
At least in the US. I don't know.
Yeah, no, what was the ones that it was like really basic kids songs, like Merrily We Roll Along, and yeah, I don't remember Traffic Cop.
That's cool though. 10 years of it, so you probably have a little bit of a built-in knowledge of that.
From 70 till I went to college in 88, 89, and and then I stopped. Yeah, so we did that, and then somewhere in the last couple of years I switched to, like, because synthesizer keyboards were becoming a thing, and I was just kind of trying to learn to switch over to that. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I miss it, and I had keyboards and would play a little bit on and off for years because I like to keep practicing, and even bought some music books from movies and movie soundtracks and things. And but somehow I think I remember selling, I had to sell the keyboards for money for rent. And I always kind of said that I'll have to get another one. And yeah, it never did happen, unfortunately. I still want to. I actually would absolutely love to get I even bought one at Value Village. I bought this big keyboard, but 2 of the keys weren't working. It was at the time I had another roommate in here, and it just, space-wise, it wasn't. It was a big bulky thing, and it wasn't quite working. So I ended up just selling it, and I says, I'll get a better one because this thing's got issues with it. So, but yeah, one of these days I'll get a keyboard and start playing again, because I miss it. I would really like to do that again.
Yeah, I wonder if you could probably get like a MIDI keyboard for pretty cheap.
I think so. Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
You
You
can
can
get them on
do
Amazon.
keyboard on stream and stuff.
I thought about that. Yeah, I'd like to add some music to things, and yeah, that's why I always said I wish I could sing a little bit, but I'm so terrible at it.
Yeah, I'm awful at singing. That's one thing. I do sing, but I'm awful at it. So it's one of those things you just kind of sometimes you just do it out of necessity,
Do
it. Yeah, music's fun. I don't know why.
It is.
Yeah, I dropped music for a while too, just because it was a big part of, like, my teenage years for sure. Because I used to play gigs a lot and stuff like that, and I was always in a band and that kind of stuff. And then I think when I started taking art more seriously, I kind of felt like it was like it was splitting my focus, and I was like, well, if I'm doing the art thing, I need to just do the art thing. And I kind of feel like that might have been a mistake, back then. Because, like, when I finally started playing music again, probably when my son was maybe like 3 or something, I was like, how did I ever stop playing? It's just so fun. But I kind of understand how I stopped playing, because, like, even now, like, I have a neighbor that we do music together, or like kind of neighbor. They're like a couple blocks away, but it's like we do music like we're trying to do it every Sunday. But it's like, yeah, if it weren't for that, I don't know if I'd really pick up my guitar that often. because it's like, I'm always drawing, you know. Like I don't know what else I'm going to be doing, you know. But yeah, it would be fun to hear you play. Yeah,
you know, I remember that I was just before as I was getting ready to go to college. It was around the time that I was finishing the section that I was learning through the music school, and it was coming up to like this big final exam that would earn you a certain certificate in it, and you had to learn 6, I forget it was 6 or 8 rather complicated classical pieces, and you had to learn them. And I know 2 of them had to be memorized, because I think they picked 3 and you could pick 3. I forget the rules on how it worked, but like there was certain 3 they selected, then you could select the other 3 from certain selections. And so there was one that I was learning. It was a really strange piece. It was simple. It wasn't complicated, but it was simple. I was just starting to learn it. But my own piece that I picked out, I believe I selected the Toccata and Fugue by Bach, and it's the famous piece that everybody knows because you hear it around Halloween or in if you heard the first opening, you'd know the piece. I don't know if it rings a bell or not. It's by Bach, Johann Sebastian Bach, and Toccata and Fugue. It's definitely an organ piece.
Yeah.
But it's always been associated with like spooky music kind of thing. It's a that one, and it's a long piece. It's like almost like over 8 minutes long. It sounds more complicated than it actually was to play because there's a lot of fingering in it, but it's repetitive fingering. So I figured out that once you kind of got the pattern, the rest of it actually was just more the timing. But it was such a fun piece to play.
Yeah,
because it was so eerie, and at the end it becomes very dramatic at the end.
That would also be rad if you had a keyboard and you had neighbors like overhearing it, and they're like, "What? Like, what is going on in that house?" Yeah,
it's
that's awesome.
But
that sounds rad. So you were able to play that? That's awesome.
I did. Yeah, I was able to play the whole thing, and just because it was, I think, partially just because it was kind of a fun piece to play, and it sounds impressive in parts, and I know how to explain it. It really kind of wasn't. Like, it was just more the timing, but because it's very quick, fast notes.
Yeah,
repetitive. It's just once you learn the pattern, it's just very repetitive, but it sounds more impressive than it actually is.
Yeah, there's a lot of things like that. You know, there's a lot of like things that sound really crazy, and then like once you kind of figure out and unlock the key to it, it's kind of like there's stuff like that in art too, where there's little flourishes you can do that people are like, wow, and you're like, this is like the easiest part, you know.
I know.
Yeah,
I do miss it. I definitely should look into I don't know. I'd like to get a key. I really should. And sometimes you get busy with things and you don't think about it for a while, and you think, like, oh, maybe I should, why did I let that go? Because even on Amazon, I could probably find something. I think one of the things I was looking for was I wanted to find something that was affordable, but that also had the weighted keys.
Oh, so it has like more of a feel. Yeah.
So it gives more of a natural feel to it. But
yeah, I think a meaty thing wouldn't necessarily have that, except maybe, but they've got to have like affordable keyboards,
because you can get,
especially with synths, it's like, there's the prices, I'm sure, have gone down incredibly on those.
Oh, I'm sure. If I could, it's unfortunately I have no elevator in this building. It's like 3rd story, and it's an older building, so there's no elevator. But if I could get like one of those big Hammond or Lowry organs, I would totally bring one.
That would be so rad.
It would.
Yeah, those things are heavy as hell.
They are.
I have a buddy who has one in their like studio. They have like a garage studio. They have that, and they have the coolest organ I've seen, which is like a pump organ. Have you ever seen those?
Oh wow, yeah, absolutely.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
we used it on like a No Saboteurs album for like this little sea shanty thing because it sounded kind of like it almost sounds like a accordion, you know.
Mm.
But yeah, you just pump it and then it's funny. It just kind of it's kind of like an accordion but a keyboard, you know. It's interesting. But anyhow, yeah, that thing is like 1,000,000 pounds. Like they're crazy heavy. They're like heavier than like a piano, you know?
Yeah, some of them are. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just, and I think it's the speakers, the big speakers underneath that weigh so much.
They're so cool though.
But,
it's such a cool sound. I feel like a Hammond in particular has like a real nice tone to it. You can always get them used for like real cheap because there's always somebody getting rid of them.
I always try to look for that. Well, a lot of the time I just never think about it, and then when I do, I don't drive, unfortunately. So
that's the catch. That's the catch is like, how do you get it to you? Because that's a part of why like they're usually at a steal used because like people just want to get this heavy thing out of their house, you know?
Yeah.
I've thought about like piano or something like that, even though I don't know how to play. It'd be fun to noodle.
You know music though, don't you? Like you
I can't read music. I can read rhythm.
Okay.
Because when I was younger, I joined band for like a very brief period in high school and just played the rhythm section so I could go on the band trips.
Oh, okay.
Which is pretty easy. It's just keeping count, you know, in time. But and I can read chords and I can read tablature somewhat, but I can't read like music at all. So everything everything we've always done just by ear, you know.
That was something I was fortunate enough to spend time learning, was how to read music.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Sometimes I'll have to kind of refresh it because you know, like treble clef and bass clef, and that the notes are where your C is in the treble clef is different from where it is in the bass clef. So that kind of thing always kind of throws me off a little bit.
Yeah, I would have no idea. It's funny, we've like my friend Josh is the same way too. Like we play by ear and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the first times we were recording with our friend who has like a studio, is like, okay, play that like F again. And it wasn't like the chord F, it was just like an F on the frets. And we're like,
oh, okay.
What's that? No. Like it's awful. You know, and it's like the one thing I do have that I'm thankful for that I've realized a lot of people don't is I instantly can hear a bad note. Like instantly. Like I can hear an off note very, very easily. And it's just like the discordance like hits me really bad. And so that's always helped me in like figuring things out by ear, because it's like there's just certain tones that sound good together, and then there's off notes, and you can just hear it like a mile away. Some people can't, you know, even some people who can play just can't hear a bad note, you know.
I'm not real good at. Yeah, I would. I'd have to.
But you could hear like an off note, especially if you played music. You know, you could be like, "Yeah, that's not right." You know.
Sometimes if somebody's singing, I remember listening to
Well, if I'm singing, you're going to be hearing a lot of off notes.
But I was listening to something on YouTube.
Nice.
It was a guest singer for they put songs and put them in different eras. Jukebox, postmodern jukebox.
Oh, okay. Didn't they do like covers of? Am I crazy? Did they cover like Tailspin and like DuckTales?
Oh, maybe they could have. Yeah, they'll do some weird, funny things like that occasionally. Yeah. So but there was a song, I thought it was really cool. They took, I think it was a song called Jar of Hearts. And, Adam's in. Hey there, Adam. How you doing?
Adam, how's it going, buddy?
Yeah, they took Jar of Hearts and put it as more like a 60s bebop kind of thing, and they changed that, and I thought it was really cool. And I was listening to and I was really impressed with this woman singing. But when I went to the comments, everybody's like, "Oh, she's off key and she sounds flat and she's not very good." Like, really? Because I'm totally not picking up what everybody else is saying, because I thought she sounded great.
Yeah.
She didn't have a lot of oomph to her voice, but I still thought she was pretty good.
Well, I'm weird. I think Dylan has a great voice, so
But Dylan's unique, though. Dylan's Dylan, right? Like
Yeah, but like I feel like he'd be so boring if his voice was different.
It probably would. Yeah, he might not have been nearly as popular as.
Yeah, I feel like there's something to be said. It's almost like artists. There's some artists that have no mistakes whatsoever, and it's like almost boring. Like I feel like flawless art could almost be like boring, I don't know if that makes sense. Is that a weird take?
Flawless art.
Like if somebody rendered something perfectly, I'd almost be bored.
Right. I can understand that. Yes, I totally understand that.
Yeah. I mean, if the subject matter they were hitting was really interesting, then cool. But like, I feel like there's something to be said for like, well, like even the stuff Christopher was showing with that jelly whatever, which I'm not going to remember how to do, but I'd like to try it because it looks really fun. But anyhow, with that technique, it's like I think part of why that's so fun is it's kind of punk rock. It's got like texture and kind of chaos to it, I think that makes it interesting, I don't know if that makes sense, but
it does. I remember actually they taught us in way back in my animation school days. They taught us actually like when we first started learning the bouncing ball. That was the first thing I had to learn, the squash to stretch the bouncing ball. And everybody was trying to grab a template to kind of get because you have to keep the volume consistent. And they were like, no, don't leave it loose. It always looks more organic and natural feeling as if you loose, as opposed to trying to trace off a perfect circle.
Yeah.
Don't use templates. You don't want a perfect circle. We're trying to get at this nice loose. We want to see the loose, scratchy lines. And it's true. Once you see the animation go by, it does have this nice feel to it. That's why even like backgrounds, you might do a city background, but they'll do a rough drawing first with rulers and then lay a sheet over, and then you're actually freehanding because it has a much more natural feel to it.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, it's interesting. Man, you look at the test line work for like one of my favorites is like there's a video of like the rescuers.
Okay,
and it's like this lady character from the rescuers, and she's like looking in a mirror and like putting on fake eyelashes.
Okay, I gotta tell you really quick.
It's some of the most beautiful. Yeah. Anyhow,
that animation is done by and I don't know, I'm drawing Milt Kahl.
Yeah.
If anybody asks me like who do you think is like the best animator that ever lived, I will say Milt Kahl in a split second. And that was actually his last job before he retired, was animating Medusa. Madame Medusa was her name. And if you watch, there's a whole breakdown actually you can find on YouTube. It's absolutely incredible, like some of the stuff she's doing and how she's speaking.
Yeah,
he took the lines of dialogue and she's doing something on every beat of line of dialogue.
Yeah,
when they first introduce her character and she comes in, she answers the phone, and she's like she's angry, but she picks it up and then she tries to change her demeanor while she's on phone, and she's sitting back and she twirls her hand as she's talking. It is the most incredible piece of animation. I don't know how to put it into words. It looks so simple, and yet it's friggin' amazing.
It's some of the most elegant stuff I've ever seen. And it's like you almost miss, like it's beautiful at the end, but like the line tests are so beautiful. It almost like loses some of that beauty, like when they finalized it. Yeah. It's so cool that now you can kind of look up a lot of those things very easily. Have you ever seen The Illusionist, the animation?
The Illusionist.
It's by the people who did the Triplets of Belleville.
Oh, okay. Oh, I haven't seen that one. I've seen Triplets
You
of Belleville, but
you
Illusionist I have
should
not yet.
Yeah, you
I
should
know the
make
one you're
it a
talking about.
goal to watch
Yeah,
that in like the next week because
I
it
really
is
should. I should let me write it down.
really it is like everything a lot of animators miss is in that movie.
Is that right?
Well, I mean, you saw Triplets of Belleville too. That was kind of a
Yes.
refreshing animation. It was just like
Mhm.
so lively and uh, just kind of insane. And it's kind of similar to Triplets of Belleville, where there's no sound, like there's no
Right.
text. It's all acting, and it's like, but it's beautiful. It's like the story of like a magician, and it's amazing. Just the way they, it's yeah, it's kind of hard to even explain. You just have to see it. But
I'll
beautiful
watch it. Yeah.
animation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that animation studio is kind of amazing. And they're doing like
Yeah.
everything, like most of it's like hand done. Yeah, it's like you don't see that much
That's
anymore.
you don't. I know there's some studios trying to start back up to do that again. I think we're gonna see soon some comeback of 2D animation pretty soon.
I think so. I think it's funny. I think Jim was mentioning this a while ago. A lot of people talk about it being like the dark ages for animation. But in a weird way, it's
Oh.
also some of the most lively times for animation where it's like, I don't think there's been a time in history where there's been so much like claymation. Like claymation's like insanely revived. And then indie animation is all over the place. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Have you ever thought about doing an animation, or would it just be too much like to do
It's funny you mentioned that. I'm
in
considering doing
animation?
something with Star Tales. With
Nice.
that, I might be experimenting a little bit with that. But yeah, I've thought about because I've got animation paper and I've got peg bars here, and I thought of doing a little demo for the for my YouTube channel. But yeah, I'm looking at some ideas. I'm
'Cause I
not
feel like
exactly sure yet, but yeah.
there's that guy on YouTube a while ago who did that what was it called? Somebody's cat. You've probably seen them. They're like these little short
Oh,
animations about a cat.
oh, okay.
Oh my gosh, it's like a whole
Oh,
thing now.
it's from England. Yes, they're
Yeah.
hilarious. Yes, I know who you're talking. Simon's Cat.
Yeah, Simon's cat.
Yes.
And they're
Yep.
pretty traditional.
It is. Yeah.
And they're amazing in their shorts. And I think the first few
My
that he
dad.
was doing were just him.
Yes.
Just doing
Yeah.
it all by himself. And it's
Yeah.
like,
Now he has a team.
well, now he has a team and he has like an LLC and like he
Mhm.
has that licensing money because he's made like kids books and like,
Video games.
yeah,
And,
yeah, yeah. But initially it just kind of started as like him doing indie animations, and they're great. I mean, they're really
Mhm.
great. I feel like for cat people in particular, or if you've ever lived with a cat, like I'm allergic to cats, but I still had roommates back in the day who had cats.
Mhm.
And the way the cat moves and behaves is very accurate in those cartoons. It's still really cartoony, but it's like I keep thinking like the Christmas tree one is one of the funniest I've seen.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, those are excellent.
Yeah.
And I just instantly am like, I don't know, like, would that be like, because to traditionally animate something, like, how long would that would take an insane amount of time, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, first of all, he lucked out on that. He did a couple of 1 or 2 little shorts that just happened to catch with people. So
Yeah.
So yeah, this lightning in a bottle, right? I don't know. I could
Well, I
try
don't
and do
mean like how
something, but I
long would
don't
it
know.
take for it to blow up, but I mean like how
Yeah.
long would it take to do like a short animation of like that
Oh.
length,
It might
traditionally?
the first one would probably for myself. I know the first one would take a little while just because I need to learn the program to get comfortable with doing that again. So the first one would take
Yeah.
quite a while. Once I've kind of got it figured out, I would create them a little bit faster. But yeah, it would take a while.
Would you, if you were going to do it, would you do it traditional or would you do like kind of more
Yeah.
limited animation?
Oh no, it would have to be traditional full animation.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
That would
yeah.
be fun to
There's
see.
points where like certain. It depends. It wouldn't be like Hanna-Barbera. This and just the mouth moves. No, I would. The character would have to move.
Although I think it would
It would
be
be
fun
full.
to see you do a Hanna-Barbera one just for fun. Where it's like a barbarian.
Yeah. Oh.
It's like
I was-
it's just his arm and his mouth moving. It's like, you cannot believe this, and like whatever, you know. I was telling Jim I want him to do the manga zoom shot where it's like you know, like in Dragon Ball Z where they're just charging up and it's like
and it's just streaks
and they're
in the back.
both just going and it like shows close-ups of their face and there's like maybe a bead of sweat that they drew in two different ways. So it's paneling between frames, so you just see this little sweat bead kind of moving back and forth. I think he needs to do that on his next animation.
They would leap through the air and all you'd see is like streaks forming in the background. Yeah. How did I get the grid on here?
There's some pretty amazing limited animation though that I very much admire. But there's something about the fluidity of like oh my gosh. I saw a thing about Akira the other day that was really fascinating. Where it was talking about the frame rate that they filmed it at was like this insanely. It was like I think 4 times longer or something than it needs to be for a fluid animation.
Oh, because Akira mostly was kind of limited, but I know there's some scenes where they spent a lot of time on, like the motorcycle wiping out. I remember was something they spent a long time.
Yeah, that motorcycle wipeout scene. What was that filmed at? It's the frame rate of animation for Akira. .24 frames per second, which I think is more than usual.
24, yeah. Well, that's the standard rate that film used to run at. Animation would cut some corners, sometimes shooting on 12s. Like even full animation would shoot on 2s, so it'd be 12 frames a second. But if you had some really tight detail, then you could go to 24, where you'd shoot on 1s.
Oh, okay. I guess that was unique for anime, but not for US movies. Okay. That is one of the most beautiful scenes that that motorcycle cut.
It's been a while since I've seen it. I'll have to one day open that up and watch that.
I just rewatched that little bit after hearing this thing about it because they were talking about how it was kind of an unusual movie at the time. It went way over budget in Japan, and then in Japan they thought it was like a failure at first. And
was there?
Yeah, and it was considered like this just complete, you know, like they had just lost their minds. Why had they? And then it kind of blew up, especially in the US. And quite often among animators who were just like, what? you know? But yeah.
Yeah, because that was about the year that I had started, and that was all they talked about was this thing, because it was late 80s that.
Yeah, that's pretty stunning. Did you hear a lot of Thief and Cobbler talk?
Yep, we did. It would be years before I finally got a chance to see it, but yeah, that they talked about that, the whole story about
I only found out about that story from talking to animators, and the Thief and the Cobbler is like this notorious example of Disney being really crappy. From what I hear.
Really?
Well, because so the Thief and the Cobbler, the animator who was working on it, you probably might know his name.
I'm drawing a blank. I know who it is. I'm just drawing a blank on his name.
I think he's one of the original Disney guys, and he left Disney. He's the guy who did Roger Rabbit, like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, like was based around. But he spent like 30 years working on this solo animation, The Thief and the Cobbler. And then he got hired by Disney to do Who Framed Roger Rabbit. So he comes back to Disney, shows a couple of his coworkers The Thief and the Cobbler, and very soon after, they start working on Aladdin.
Yeah.
And Aladdin
Totally
ends up
ripped it off.
having, strangely, the same villain character design, the same side characters, like the costumes, a lot of the plot, a lot of the animation sequences.
Yeah, they totally ripped him off. It was kind of a sad story, that. But
yeah. So that's a rough one, because by the time The Thief and the Cobbler came out, it got reviewed as a ripoff of Aladdin.
Yeah.
That
And
was
he did try to really get his story out there to explain what happened, but it was
So that's one of those heartbreaking ones. Although, you know what's funny? I still love Disney.
I know, it's
Yeah, it's like that love-hate thing. You know, you can hear all the stuff about, what is it? It Works or whatever too. You can hear all those stories and still appreciate what Disney did. You know, I don't know. What is that guy's name? The original Disney guy, the guy who came up with Oswald the Lucky Rabbit.
Walt Disney?
No, the guy that Disney kind of screwed over.
Oh yeah, it wasn't.
Is it
wasn't
It Works?
The Fleischers? No.
It Works isn't his name.
It's Jesus! It's been so long since my brain.
He's like the co-founder. He's like the guy who did all the Mickey Mouse cartoons.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh! Hold on. Now I gotta look it up.
Yeah, so I'm looking now to
Mickey
Roy
Mouse original animator. No. Oh, iWorks. That's it.
Okay, all right.
I knew Works was in there.
Adam just punched it in.
Nice.
Works. Yes. Thanks, Adam.
Yeah. But I think he came up with Oswald, I think. Which, by the way, this is like the love-hate thing with Disney. I noticed Disneyland has a bunch of Oswald the Lucky Rabbit merch because somehow they got the rights to it again.
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of happy about that because I want some Oswald stuff.
Oswald. Because what did I don't even remember the whole story on that now.
It's a
I'm
convoluted
drawing a blank
one.
on it. It was
yeah. It's a convoluted one. I think that the gist of it is he kind of did a lot of the hard work behind Mickey Mouse and a lot of the design work and a lot of the drawings, and even Mickey was kind of a bit of a ripoff of Oswald, and but Disney kept like insisting on his name being kind of all over everything, and eventually Disney started getting more credit, I think, for it, and then he started kind of taking charge over Ub to the point where Ub just quit Disney. And then I think finally agreed to come back, but he refused to do animation for him anymore. So but I think the guy who came back did develop, like, was partially responsible for developing that system that, like, with the multi-cameras, like the multi-planes.
Oh, the multi-plane camera. Okay.
Yeah. I think he kind of invented that. So that's kind of what he ended up contributing later on to Disney.
Because a lot of studios use that. That was Flasher Studios used that quite a lot in their Popeye cartoons, and that they would.
And I'm kind of forgetting. I think there's a whole bunch of stuff in animation. There's Winsor McKay got really screwed over. Did you ever hear about that one?
Again, yeah, I remember being told this story years ago, but my brain hasn't revisited all these old stories.
I'm kind of gonna get them half wrong. The Winsor McKay one's one of my favorites because Winsor McKay just for me is huge because he's just like one of the best cartoonists who ever lived. And then it's kind of cool because he he's the gelling crossover between animation and comics, like, you know, because Little Nemo and Slumberland, and then also made some of the earliest animations ever made.
Yeah.
The
famous one being the Gertie the dinosaur.
Yeah, and the sinking of the Lusitania. Too.
Oh yes, yeah.
So for the sinking of the Lusitania, I think he developed this system that was like basically like an early version of, I think, like the PEG system.
Oh, okay.
And I think he also created this system of drawing on transparencies over backgrounds, like the cell.
Using cells. Okay.
Yeah.
And yes, I think he did develop that.
He did this for sinking of the Lusitania, I think, was the one on cells. And he actually thought, because animation was so exciting, he wanted it to be free for everyone. And so he never copyrighted it. Well, this dude in New York copyrights it and then sues Winsor McCay for using his patent. Right. And I don't think McCay ever had to pay out, but he never got compensated for every animation studio who now had to pay this guy who had never even used this system money to use that system.
Right.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
Wow, nasty. Yeah.
Although I do remember, I think when he did sue Winsor McCay, it got thrown out of court because they were like, I mean, you still have your patent, but the dude was doing it before you, you know? It's so weird. Like, McKay's a weird story, you know?
Because like in college we learned about all of this, but I haven't, like, that's like 30 years ago we read about all this. I just haven't, as I said, I just haven't.
In college I didn't learn anything about McCay, you know?
Oh, is that right?
I ended up discovering that on my own. Because I think I was mostly learning about illustrators and stuff like that, not cartoonists, you know?
We had a film class that we ended up learning about.
Nice. I mean, that would have been really fun to learn early on. But yeah, like McCay, I discovered for myself, like kind of at like the Masters of American Comics exhibit. And then I was like, who's this? You know? And also I had heard talk of him from the creator, Bill Watterson, you know, who always cited like McCay a lot. But the reading about McCay always weirds me out, because it's like the idea that there used to be a time where people go to like Carnegie Hall to like watch Winsor McCay like draw like for them on a whiteboard. Like he would fill Carnegie Hall, and I'm like,
just
I don't know.
To see him draw. Yeah.
Have we advanced for artists in society? Is it better now? I don't know.
Yeah, artists used to be such a specialized thing.
Yeah.
And now it's like, because even for Gertie the dinosaur, they had to have it's actually, if you watch it, he was meant to go up on the stage and interact, and he had to time it to have somebody come up from the audience and say, hand this, and and it would pretend to eat something.
Oh, it's so good.
Watch it, and if you're watching it, you kind of just see it's randomly eating something. But he was supposed to go up in front of the screen and hand it.
There's a really good video where somebody actually reenacted the interactive part, I think, on YouTube that you can find. Yeah, so they actually show somebody doing the rehearsed part to it.
That would be
cool. It makes perfect sense when you see the interactivity. You know, because like they'd look like they were like a lion tamer or something, you know.
Right.
And it's hilarious too, because there's times where like Gertie comes up to the camera and they're like, no, Gertie, not yet. And then she kind of backs off. It's so brilliant. But it's also weird. I get the same feeling looking at that animation that I do with like watching like Fleischer's Superman or just looking at like Little Nemo in Slumberland pages, where you're like, how did comics go from that to like what came after, right after, because it's like they were like at this like amazing height, and then they kind of went backwards, and I feel like animation kind of did that too, where you have these little peaks where it's like Gertie the Dinosaur is pretty sophisticated animation for that time. And then a lot of animation after that was like not quite hitting that till much later.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, or you see like the sinking of the Lusitania, and nobody tried that kind of thing for like years. And it's like, but they were there and then they go backwards. It's really weird. Comics do that too all the time. So
I think Disney started putting out the shorts so much, like the Silly Symphonies and the
I love Silly
Dancing Flowers and things like that. That I think that was kind of catching on with audiences so much. And Flasher was doing something kind of similar. He was doing Adventures, the little girl, and it was like some adventure. Oh yeah, it's all mushing together in my head. Oh
no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. That's crazy though.
Yeah.
But oh sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying I remember Pluto, when Disney did a Pluto short, and they hired an animator that actually it was the first time that this animator took this cartoon, and they said it was one of the first times they had a character not just sort of move and do things, but he was to show that he was actually thinking and having emotion and reacting to something happening. It's the one where it's black and white, but he keeps getting fly paper stuck on him. He keeps getting stuck to it. And
that's
the more
right.
he tries to break free, the more he gets stuck on it, and he gets upset and worked up and angry, and there's actually emotion and feeling to this. And that was kind of a big deal, I guess, that one, that was kind of the first step into actually making characters think and have emotion.
That makes a lot of sense. I still like Plain Crazy and Silly Symphonies though.
Oh yeah,
and I love the fact that old Mickey Mouse used to be kind of a little shit. Like he was not.
I know.
He was kind of a horrible person, and usually Minnie was like picking between him or like Pete, and neither was really a good option. It's just Pete was really violent, you know.
Right.
But I like those early cartoons a lot. And it's funny, my wife and I are really into all of those early cartoons. So every once in a while, if we're like making hot dogs, we're like, hot dogs, come get your hot dogs. Because it's like that song. Anyhow. But yeah.
No, I know the one you mean.
What's up?
I was just I know the one you mean.
Yeah. Because he's like making hot dogs, but the dogs are actually like they're barking. It's kind of demented actually, because he's cooking these hot dogs. And then the poor hot dogs are like they're like yelping and trying to get away.
Remember that? It's kind of messed up. Yeah.
But it's great. And Minnie has a great song there. That's like a really good era of Mickey Mouse to me, I think. I think this modern Mickey is a fraud.
I think it was a fun time for animators because they were learning, everything was new, right?
Yeah.
They were experimenting with stuff, and it was all kind of it was all new and fun, and
yeah. And I do like I like that this has come back into vogue a little bit, because there was a whole era where people just stopped doing squash and stretch, and it's like,
oh yeah.
But that's so fun. Like, that's one of the funnest things about animation.
Yeah, it's not animating if it can't do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
They talked about the Simpsons too. They were comparing how like some of the first 3 or 4 seasons when they were doing it pencil to paper.
Yeah.
And after the years after it went to digital, and as it moved on, how they compared new stuff to old stuff, and even the introduction, and you can see, they totally stiffened up the animation, and it's just not.
Which makes sense, right? Because they have to like streamline it and corporatize it, to make it doable. But it's like, it loses all the fun. Have you seen the Cuphead show on Netflix?
I was going to ask about that. I haven't seen it yet. No, I've seen the video samples of the video game.
You should see the show. Like, my son really liked it. but I watched it and I was kind of like, what? It's really quite stunning.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
I've seen samples of the video game for sure.
yeah. Well, I think the show is on Netflix. It's pretty good.
Is it? Okay.
Yes.
Is it Netflix? All right. I'll have to. I don't have Netflix anymore.
Okay. Don't worry about it.
No, I have ways of getting it. We won't discuss here. But.
The one thing I'd say is like check that out, but before that, I guarantee you will like The Illusionist, not the feature film, but the animation. It's
the animated one. Okay.
It's touching. It's really good. Really kind of profound, and like for just acting and pencil lines and stuff like that, it's beautiful.
Okay.
All right, guys, I have to call it because it is 1:30. I think that means it's probably like 4 or 5 for you.
It is, yeah.
And you hung out with me until I got this page. At least the tone's done. So colors are next, which flat coloring. If I sent this to a colorist, they would hate me. I mean, who wants to flat color that?
Yeah, have fun. It's going to look amazing, though, when it's done.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. So I'll be flat coloring that tomorrow. If you guys haven't yet, hit subscribe, hit the bell so you get notifications where we're about to go live. Definitely make sure you're subscribed to Philip Chandler on YouTube. You should be watching
Phil
his stuff.
Chandler Arts. Yeah.
Yes.
I've been finishing something that's kind of a commission job, so it's I really wanted to kind of get the inking done tonight, and it pretty much is. So this was kind of good timing. So yeah.
Cool. Well, I always appreciate it. Always fun to hang out. Thanks, Adam. Thanks to everybody else who showed up. Vic was here earlier. We appreciate that. And I will see you guys on probably the stream in the morning because I'm going to be flat coloring this. So I'll see you guys in like 7 hours.
It'll be later. Oh, if I can mention super quick, tomorrow's Wednesday. It's normally it's my live stream for Art Block. Normally my friend Enrique is there. He's not going to be there tomorrow night, but I'm still going to do it. So there'll be a live stream tomorrow night for probably 9:30 Eastern. So
okay. Wait,
all right.
What time is that Pacific?
3 hours before. Actually, it might be a little later than that. It might be actually about closer to 10 by the time I get ready to get set up and going. So 10:90. So 7 o'clock Western.
Awesome. I'll be watching that. All right. Thanks everybody, and we'll see you on the next one.
Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Thanks for coming on. All right.
Have a good night. Bye bye.